A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone. You. As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello. I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he is waiting for your name. Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau.
Yes, well. It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
What he means is, he has been trying to meet up with you for 2 days, but you have been otherwise occupied.
If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. Now that I'm here as well. I understand the scene is out back, right? It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews? Right. And the interviews? At the 57th, we like to prepare an initial list of persons of interest, and then just skim the surface. Prepare the field, get to know the players. You don't do that? Maybe it's... Okay, we'll have time for that after we take a... Have you removed the dead body from the tree? Sure, but did you take it down from the tree? So, the body is still in the tree.
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred for the body to no longer be in the tree.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner. I was to meet a detective from Precinct 41 at the Whirling in Rags, who arrived here 3 days ago. I am told that that is how long you have been here. Besides, you match his description. Precinct 41 said they were sending the most seasoned detective. And you certainly look seasoned. Sure. Though, I would also suggest that you locate your blazer with your official insignia. They are not just white rectangles. They bear a halogen watermark with the letters RCM and a pattern resembling the street grid of Revachol West. I could step into the headlights of my kinema and show you, but right now I just need you to do your job. You mean you don't have a badge? Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I would advise you to locate it as quickly as possible. But getting the body down should still take precedence.
Alright, come on now. If he hasn't said anything about your lack of pants, no one will. You're only hurting yourself by not wearing them.
Talk to the manager. Then we go out back and take the body down. We all feel that way sometimes. There is no such thing as a police officer, I'm afraid. What remains is that there is a dead body in the tree. Someone has to figure out who put it there. If we don't, no one else will. But first, we have to take it down. I can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But I have seen officers go through worse. Much worse. If you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. But as I said, the dead body should be our #1 concern. After you, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by interacting with him.
Hello, sweetie.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
Why, you are, officer. And have you found anyone to be sweet to?
What was with that fucking wink?
I see you are still grieving. Well, I won't pry. You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
Whatever do you mean? Sequence killers? Oh my. But I think you already have a partner, sweetie.
A partner who needs you to help him get a corpse down from a tree. I can assure you with absolute certainty, there are no sequence killings taking place in Martinez.
Now, gentlemen, no need to squabble. I wouldn't be of much use to you anyway, sweetie. Thank you, but Martinez isn't the most wheelchair-accessible place, you see. I'd slow you down. Perhaps another time. Yes, dear. I'm a paraplegic.
A paraplegic is someone with limited or no ability to use the lower half of their body. Paraplegia is caused by spinal cord injuries, like falling from a great height, or a grenade explosion.
No, dear. I'm not quite that old, although I was injured in the line of duty. Oh my. What happened? That's how I feel about the accident. I was a training and development manager at a rapidly expanding mail-order shoe company. You'd think it would be a safe job, but I had to be everywhere, and, well, once I happened to be under some faulty scaffolding. I was lucky. This was almost 20 years ago, and I was compensated exceptionally well. One can only dream of such payoffs nowadays. No problem. Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad. You know where we are, right? Now. We are live in a hostel called the Whirling in Rags, and the Whirling itself is in the city of Revachol. Yes, great. See? We're getting somewhere. What else do you know about our city of splendor, tattered as she may be? How would I even begin to tell you? Revachol is the most beautiful city in the world. We're fortunate to be here, you and I. I haven't seen very many other cities personally, but everyone says so. Revachol is a rare jewel. This city used to rule the world, though it has seen better days. Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes? Perhaps, dear, perhaps. But for now, it's just the spring of 51.
The lieutenant studies you, rubbing his chin. I'm beginning to suspect that you might indeed be completely adrift in this reality, thinks the lieutenant. How can it be that bad? Never mind, we're in this now.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government? Oh, no. Nothing like that, dear. Revachol is a zone of control led by an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have almost no government of our own. Certainly no machines.
I don't know. Still looks like there's a lot of hustling going on. Maybe she's wrong. Also...
Oh dear, this is troubling. You really ought to know that, being one yourself. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution. But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended it. This was 42 years ago. It has something to do with everything. I really don't know how to explain it better. You didn't do too well, dear. It does look like you're having trouble remembering things. History and places. Remembering reality, in a word. It's very odd.
A sigh. The lieutenant buries his nose in his notebook.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs. And while I'm no doctor, such bouts of amnesia are often temporary, so I wouldn't worry too much. Someone more educated in sweeping matters. Maybe you should ask.
No, I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either. I'm a detective.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez. Of course, dear. Good luck with your case.
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
No idea. Looks like he works for Wild Pines, the logistics company who owns and operates the harbor. Possibly because there's a strike going on in the harbor. There's not much to do aside from drinking and sleeping.
The man does not mind. You probably need them more than he does.
You've just picked up some magnesium. This item is stored in the bottom left corner of the screen above your character portrait. Use magnesium to heal your morale if you have morale damage.
You gently shake his shoulder, but nothing happens. This man could probably sleep soundly in a ship's engine room. The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
Mr. Gart, right? You run this place.
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41...
What? What is this? A joke to you? Is this what you get when you call the police now? This guy? We've been waiting for a week here.
Sir, I understand your concern, but we are here to do a job. And for us to do it, I need you to stay calm.
Yes, of course.
I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene, but it also took you a while to call us. It was you who placed the call, correct?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that. Detective. It's your turn.
Yes, he means, do you have questions for me, like a police officer would? Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there. That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then, to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through. Behind this building, there's a courtyard. That's easy. See that door there? I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job. What are you, crazy? Of course I didn't kill him. She went away because none of your business.
Have they not been telling you you're a cop?
Oh my God, what is your obsession with this Sylvie person? She went away.
Have they not been
Okay, you got me. She went away because of the dead body out back. And because I asked for her number. That's why Sylvie went away. I hope you appreciate that.
Thank you.
I asked an employee out. She didn't want to come, but felt obliged to. It was a bad idea. Now, what is so goddamn fascinating about that for you? It's got nothing to do with the lynching. What?
That's good. But there is a timetable for this investigation, dictated to us by the stages of decomposition. And it says we need to move on.
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go to your thought cabinet and internalize it for special bonuses and effects.
Let's go.
Not so fast, Mr. Feminist. You owe me 130 real.
As you blow this joint, behind you a whiny voice shouts.
Real mature, man. Real mature.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with? We don't see a lot of police around here, that's all. Of course. What can I help you with? Me? I am just a gardener. I am working. I have a greenhouse in the yard there. I've been trying to get some work done. Well, as you probably know, there's a corpse hanging from a tree there. It smells pretty bad, so I have to take breaks.
Don't worry, miss. We are here to clean it up. You can get to work soon.
Thank you. Of course. Where to? It's there. In the yard, right through the hole in the fence. What do you mean? Yes, sir. District of Martinez.
He knows where we are. He just wants directions.
There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, some more tenements. Not a lot, really. The harbor gates. Some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the local politics. A fleet store, too. Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's broken, I think. Some kind of accident, probably. Just coast. There's a little fishing village there, and a fish market. But that got closed down ages ago. It's just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet. There are some islands in the bay, but they're hard to reach. No problem. Of course. I won't hold you back.
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box, a variety of shapes and colors.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with net worth. Go over and ask him. Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and chafing against your brow.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for 2 real and 50 cents.
No, you are definitely not buying those. No, I can't. We can't walk around with you looking like this. Okay, fine. Go ahead. If you want to look like a walking midlife crisis, then who am I to interfere?
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic. The kind of plastic that melts in the sun. Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show. If anything, these lenses probably direct more UV light into your pupils. A UV magnifier.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool. UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
No luck. All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor, produced by a bargain sportswear brand called Amphibian, apparently. There's a malformed green frog on its bent cap.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes while you're shooting criminals. Bang, bang! And all for a mere 6 real.
I hope not.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades.
Abort. These are...
Damn, officer!
No, you are definitely not.
Are you sure?
You see two lowly, defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair of found, durable wear sneakers, Ultra Series.
I can see you've a taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
Speaking of luxury, you should go over and ask about paying for those sneakers with your net worth. These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable found ultras atop them.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here. No, don't pity them, officer. These are old Samaran garbage. Don't even look at them. Check out these super cool, fun ultras instead. No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk. No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on sale. Well, if you want them... But see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents?
A pair of found ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined midsole.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool. Only 50 real.
Only? That's madness. There are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand clothes, smelling of strangers' body odors.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
How about some premium class service over here? Like paying with net worth. Go over and ask him if you can do that. Save the economy? That sounds off.
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new things. Buy eco. Look around, officer. You see all these premium goods just sitting there, not getting bought? We've got to keep the flow of goods moving. Is this really the economy we want to leave to our children? I can't go extinct, officer. I've got kids. Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be... Look around, is this really the economy we want to leave? Too bad, officer.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first-hand, buy second-hand. Keep the economy moving.
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek. a windbreaker. Surf, it says, but also wind, summer, 100% waterproof, and sport, all in different typefaces.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
Good morning to you, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them.
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock. I'm keeping him company and eating his salami.
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a yellow shirt and grey overalls waving at you from across the canal. He seems disappointed about the wreckage on the waterlock and the salami.
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer? I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh? Then again, plenty of daredevil drivers in Revachol. Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here, especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then. Sure thing. Want some too, officer?
Why not?
Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it. Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins.
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. Two ugly lines mar the bright countenance of the blonde boy depicted. Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard seems very happy about it. Just some tasteless advertising at the bottom of a canal. No use rubbernecking now. Typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. Hey, I don't know where it came from, but it's not every day you get to buy and sell something so extraordinary. It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently.
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on why What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say found.
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider. The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head. 50 cents. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something.
They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colours indiscriminately.
Big men on big horses, clad in lamella armor and carrying flintlocks, the kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye.
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry pistols. Some even shovels and tall sticks.
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? Yes, they are soldiers, revolutionary soldiers. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. I don't like either set very much, to be honest. But there are many parents among my customers. It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop. What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement.
I haven't had any problems myself, though some of my customers have complained about inconsistent law enforcement.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake, people who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have. I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business, bad for everyone.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the...
Let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling? I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. Another time, perhaps.
Okay, he definitely is high. Whatever it is, you've probably done it, and many other things besides. But you can't cut through the jumble of sensations to get to the answer. The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says Stereo 8 approved. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
If police work means playing tapes, sure, you can use it for that. Or any other time you'd need to play a tape. Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech, found sounds and music from a variety of genres, even though I don't really like music. Is the Harman Welshi W2, made in Vespa, designed in Seoul, plays all reel-to-reel formats, 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real.
Life doesn't need to be a struggle. I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich. Talk to Angry Hard René first.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, all right?
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never. That's the spirit. Don't even waste your breath asking about the game. They wouldn't know anyway. They're way past their prime. This felt wrong. Wrong like touching your sister's breast. You threw your sister's breast.
Mon Dieu! Good job, officer. That was an excellent throw.
There are no two more harmful words an athlete can hear than good job. And this was downright embarrassing.
What are you talking about? You just executed a pretty much perfect pétanque throw.
How are you ever going to get the officer's shit off your nose, Gaston? Or even climb out of his ass?
The man in the uniform says nothing. His gaze is fixed on the horizon. His merry partner is staring at the ground like he's trying to see right through to the other side. The lieutenant is looking at you. His face is expressionless.
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement, but this affair has passed me by completely. In Martinez, the union is the law, so can you really blame them? Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I am an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me. Yes, the terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. I do. Fire from heavy artillery. Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home. Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough. Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first. Yes, the military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta. This here is Blood Ground, where Coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil. Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course they still hold influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
No, they don't. But I'm sorry it had to be the coalition. After 8 years of fighting rabid commies, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frisel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case. Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with. A true king in both blood and mind. Let Revachol before Frissel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile. Damn Frissel. He was a king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution. The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already? They forgotten already. It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the Fifth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform. This is not uncommon.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabineers in service of Frissel I, Guillaume le Lion, and the valiant King Philip V before him.
Don't you mean Frissel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown, ours to ridicule and to mourn.
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry. Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes. You hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride. That's just what it's like, life and death. But you got gills on your side, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco Negros and the Solas. It ain't easy, but you do it, day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop, and a sprinter, and a money printer. Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now, ask yourself, are you rich? That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that? Look, the immigrants are cool. The immigrants play cool music. Everyone likes them, especially the women. Don't hate on the immigrants. They've got nothing to do with you living under a boat. That's right, 100%. Fucking G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze. Our tax is almost non-existent in the Gossamer state that is Revachol. Every time you wipe your ass, they got their direct and their indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax, alimony. One tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus there's the stuff people in other countries pay for. That makes them ask for more money from you. Here, total tax duties add up to 98% of all your money. Here you go, hustler. Fight the righteous fight. Free the people. Keep it real. Keep it street. Keep foaming at the mouth furiously on the tax issue. This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coins...
Probably some kids.
The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word owner written on the other side, with N and C scribbled. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. Around the large wooden building you see chunks of sea ice gathered on the beach, and a small tent set up on the ice.
Yes?
No response. He just arches his brow. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs? Try work, the case at hand. It can work miracles. Not a fan. It's just the nature of lieutenancy.
The RCM deploys a self-styled structure called the Decomptage as its chain of command. Every lieutenant is responsible for 2 sergeants and 8 officers. That means the average lieutenant has to deal with quite a few personal affairs. Even you know this.
Fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. If you're still having trouble then, I can give you an orientation. Really? You look fine to me. This psychodrama is unbecoming of an officer. Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's lazaret. Was there anything else you wanted? Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation. Binocular? Is that how they do things over at the 41st? No wonder your clearance rate is so low. Excuse me? Frankly, Detective, you are in a deranged state. I can't let you proceed without close supervision. In fact, under normal circumstances, I'd be duty-bound to report you. Take it as a token of good faith between our precincts that I haven't done so. Some you time? This is a police investigation, not a journey of self-discovery. You'll still have your evenings to yourself. Tonight, it's important not to let one style interfere with their work.
The lieutenant is pretty sure style is just a euphemism for nihilistic binge drinking. This is a wall on the side of an apartment building. You have no clue. It's just a wall. So many walls all over Martinaise, weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
Apparently, she doesn't like people standing behind her back.
Pigs come to take me out, trying to snuff me out. Faggoty. Look at the ass on that.
see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer. I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate of when the body will be taken away?
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now tell us, where were you last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you? No, not you two. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over. It was my Sunday friend.
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. In the neighboring windows, you can see faint reflections of his silhouette, all from different angles.
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
That's definitely not his real name.
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice? No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Time to bring out your secret charm. Tears and begging. Show him your emotional side. Throw
Trash? Listen, I really have to go. Good luck with the investigation.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. There has to be a way of getting inside the building. Once we've found a way in, we can ask around for his apartment.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue d'Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C. Sod off, pig man. Art is above the law. I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko. Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mona was here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cads. And my name's not Mona, so... This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know, summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation. Yeah?
Let's be realistic. What are you going to do? Climb up there?
You heard your partner, Piggy. I'm unstoppable.
She nods disdainfully toward the woman performing maintenance on the boat docked next to the pier. Hatred, disgust, it's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing. You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to us on. Watch your back, Ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good morning, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. I'm glad to see you here. I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. This is a tactic.
How
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group. Why, yes I am. Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich. Why what? Stop thinking. Take her down. Before you do, it might be pertinent to ask a few more questions. Learn whatever you can about this boat of hers.
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Qualified pleasure craft operator. So charming. Where's the damn license?
I just renewed its safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken part in not one, but two insulindic regattas. Even finished once. The other time, I would have finished the race were it not for an urgent work matter, much like the one I'm on now.
Actually, you don't. It is a little-known fact among those who police that the Wayfarer Act specifically denies the RCM the authority to demand anyone's operator license. Unless it's their passport. No. Do you want to ask for the lady's passport?
Of course.
The woman is silent, smiling while the waves lap against the hull. In your hand, under the plastic, a light blue passport saying, Republic of Vespa. The coat of arms has a lion and an ostrich. Seagent. The woman, born in the year 3 in the commune of Revachol, smiles at you. Face adorned with frown lines and crow's feet. The photo is recent. The name reads, Rejoice Leighton Messier.
My husband is. I have dual citizenship. A Vespertine is handier when traveling. Yes, but please don't call me that. Joyce is much more efficient.
She nods and returns the plastic bag to her coat.
The boat? No. It is called Cor de Leyte 19 because that's the type of sloop it is. It's a pleasure craft, a 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing, though these days I mainly use it for business. It's a pleasure craft, a 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for my sloop. I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
Detective, may I remind you that Mrs. Messier is a professional negotiator?
Then what does that say? Does it say docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A? 33A? This old proletarian haunt here? As I said, plenty of people drive boats, of all social strata.
Your synapses flash.
Okay, it is anti-centennial. I assure you they drove quite a hard bargain for this space, but you're right. I am a bourgeois woman, and this is my fast, lightweight, interminably bourgeois boat. Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
Detective, may I remind you that...
Then what does that say? 33A, yes. Anyway. Good. What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
A billion?
Yes, past a certain point, numbers begin to seem imaginary. But they are quite real for the 72,000 employees who depend on Wild Pines for their paychecks. A conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving and growing, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It is a tremendous responsibility. They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Easterlers 250 years ago, when Pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments that gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus. Why? By throwing off half a century of foreign domination under the Coalition. Unfortunately for you, the Coalition also leases you the right to police West Revachol. But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike. I believe the official title is Senior Labour Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. What can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organisation now. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union. There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes, every worker, a member of the board. In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board. It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision, about what? About anything really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group. That may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is king, but as negotiations go, it's not a swell start. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the bowyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, Detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is... Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hungers. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story. Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi, from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective? I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please. Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. I mean, favors for favors. A dirty alliance of some sort. Easy. Just offer her a favor. Like I said, nice and dirty.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or you can recover your badge, though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota. Lower intestine? The term is metabolic and circulatory system. Fascism, Brota. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revishol's problems? Yes, them, but also Women. Women, men of war. You don't like them. They're insane. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that women need to know their place. Feminists? No.
Did you know you can forget thoughts? Go to your thought cabinet and forget all about feminism.
You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views, Brota. For the nation, smart. Best not to mention the women too often. That's why you're the head and I am the stomach. Of course you are, Brota. Of course. A wink-shaped growl sounds from your ass.
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands. No, if there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we're siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching. Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large, and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters. You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samaran Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff. Yes, after they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, man. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dockworkers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link. Unlikely, officer. I'm talking about the lorries. Once the ingredients reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers, well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they may be vulnerable. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment. I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you. How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves. Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you. No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue. Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand. We did, on more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Well, here's your chance, officers. Yes? Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance. This reality. Ah, yes, the episode. Sounds like an acute case of encephalopathy, now that I think of it.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only needs a lowdown on all of reality.
We may be here a while then. Ask away, officer. I'll help however I can.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late. For the big time. The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real Kerfuffle. The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
To foreign intervention, the coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights. The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-le-Clay, the armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do. The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist. An almost endearingly moralist standpoint. It must be hard to take a moderate approach to head shooting in your line of work. Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head. Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed. Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
This does not represent the official RCM opinion.
Don't worry. Klas Mazov shot 15 million people in the head. But that was all the way over in Grad. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. Which one? Actually, it doesn't matter. King Guillaume has always been my favorite. He could smell a PR disaster brewing. So he got out alive, and his nephew, Fricelle, got shot in his place. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time. The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end nearly the whole world had gotten involved. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government. It made people overthrow their governments. Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. A pandemic only provided the spark. From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end. Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control. A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations, and you, of course, the citizens' militia. The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune. Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-islary communication. telematic milieus, radiation, coloured plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade. 43 years. Hard to fathom, I know. The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river levelled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell. The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere. No, it was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash, an Isla-wide hangover, you might say. And here we are. Welcome to reality, baby. Good question. What would you have done differently? I see. A 10th of humanity. The key of history is in the lock. Keep turning at any cost. Over. That's entropolism, the very height of late modernity. Evacuate this world. You may prove a truly modern man yet.
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position of the RCM.
And what is your official position, Lieutenant?
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old. That's my position. The abattoir.
Understandable. They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia. It's quite serious. You should get yourself checked out. Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use. That seems unlikely. We're in Martinez, baby. A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed. Aren't we all? Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year. It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol, and the bay feeds into the ocean. Yes. We're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic. Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed-over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the river Esperance. We're in the delta of this river, on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her.
I would be happy to. What is a preposterously expensive education for, if not sharing?
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor, a devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra. No, not like me. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp who pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. Are you liberated enough to offer up your home on a plate for financial colonists? No, I think not. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening?
In her green eyes you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
A fitting punishment, to be forgotten, if not forgiven. Save a prayer for us in our chateaus on Ozon and in Stella Maris. When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed. With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery, I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either, if not for my own sake. Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it. Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Seditious talk, man.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing. Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality? A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait. You're an ancient ruin. A symbol of hubris and decay. Half submerged in some salty sea. Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Ah! This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. Or two. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course. Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate. before the cannons lock 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
Wonderful. The girl in the old lady rags? Ah, yes. There's something very satisfying about discussing the fundamental facts of reality. The girl in the looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture. Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture. I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat all they want. Cattle has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead. All right. What next? Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. More lessons in basic reality? Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else? Of course, Detective. Take care.
Indirect modes of taxation. Turns out, those Financial Oversight Committee gangsters stuffed millions of hard-earned dividends away in the last place anyone thought to look. The hearts and minds of everyday Rivasholians. You need to spread that deregulation gospel to the people. Tell them about that foreign fair tax. Preach that 98% gross burden. Preach it, preacher man. Set the brothers free. Taxes are racist. Hey. Psst. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again. Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love, too? This conversation isn't really about love. Try to keep up, okay? This is about the communism you've promised to build. Word on the street is it's going to be 10,000 times larger than any communism previously attempted. Is that true? You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pockets, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff. Funky style. Very funky. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it? Failure. It's about failure. Yes, abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb-stomped and pissed on. Until you came along. You will reverse the fortune of the workers of the world. You alone, against every living thing, against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class. Towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers. Million-headed armies of nations and the love of your own mother. You against the atom, the charm and the spin, where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will. Human will fail to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last communist. Now get to work, comrade. Oh yeah, get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready. Too late to back out now. You can't make an omelette without breaking a few million eggs. A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked. This could be a way into the apartment building the smoking man vanished into. The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response. The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside. Doesn't matter who I am. Now go on, get out of here. Ha! The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there.
Backyard door? With the smoker? You already were there.
Good. We had enough problems with bums and drunks and thieves loitering in the hallway. You have no business here.
Madame,
There is no reply. Just faint, sweeping sounds inside. You're well versed in the kind of threatening legalese that implies criminal liability, but in fact has no meaning whatsoever.
I know my rights, and don't you mar me, boy.
Miss, would it help if we offer to show you our badges?
Ah, it's like a carrot to the stick, sort of.
Hold your horses. I don't care about your stinking badge. Just come in.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis. I already told you I don't care about any badges. I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me. Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for? Talk?
What was so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways. If you can call it living. I've a little room upstairs right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company. And that's all I need from this world.
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty.
Ask away, policeman. The hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume. Some lunatic lost his mind. All kinds of morons pass through these halls. The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still, she leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others. Oh, no.
Inexplicable feminist agenda. There is something you need to see, sir. We found the remnants of an ancient artifact lodged in your hypothalamus. It is a cylindrical object, piss-weathered and smelling of liquor. The paint is peeling off, but you can clearly make out the letters Revolutionary Feminist Agenda on the hull. It appears that some time ago, before you became a joke, you were an actual feminist. Somehow you've come to that conclusion. Perhaps you can work your way back. You hear someone walking around inside. The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
A poor communard from...
Give me a moment. Ask away, policeman. People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone. No one lives there. It's been empty for months. Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there. Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman. Be good and take a look, will you? Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans. Oh, no.
This door has been closed with a no reply. It's a solid lump of metal.
Why would we want to break into some random citizen's apartment?
The lieutenant looks at you for a long, but he knows it wouldn't make much of a difference.
I suppose if one were committed to it, there's a pair of chain cutters in the kinema.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10. Well, that was it.
That was smart.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see? Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair inside, along with all her personal details.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour. Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall. A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
The sum must have been puny.
These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a million-real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark, and they are affordable. I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards. Well, it does not disappear from my hands. No, I don't let it. Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both. I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place. Ha! Sounds like you've spent too much time undercover in some rock band.
It's not a compliment.
It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent. But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry. Of course.
Give me a moment. I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them. I know those types, yes. There have been some here, but they never make their rent, so they have to move out. I know their type.
She appreciates your effort to curb the deviantry and laxness. This door has been closed. That isn't just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers, the iconography of communism, in other words. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mezov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure. The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist in accord with the natural world, and at the same time above it. To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it. Because white is the color of peace. Gone is the glory of hope. Only the scribblings of impoverished students remain in dirty hallways. You are the big communism builder now. It's you or no one.
En tuo Twitch-integraatio. No, kokeillut sitä ollenkaan. Aikaisemmin.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is we should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are. Yeah, you got me now. The dynamic between us has completely changed.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
Red dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock. Oh, what? You'll push me off this ledge and pry the bucket from my dead hands?
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Yeah.
Why must we stop to look at this wall every time we pass by? We have business to attend to.
This Postler Vantore, Mel. The box seems happy. Eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also. The mailbox does not know how to man up. It is an inanimate object. You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. Hard to say. Your vision is blurred and you're having difficulty concentrating thanks to your relentless hangover. Cop habit. You look at everything. This isn't case related, you think. The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
It's raining again. It was clear just an hour ago. Me? I am just a gardener. I am pleased to meet you too, officer.
Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 57. This must be the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion. In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge. A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work. The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand, heavier than you'd think. Useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids. The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters in your hand. It's robust, weatherproof, and well-made. Police issue, blue. Lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook. The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start without the ignition key.
Translation. We're not going anywhere right now. Alternative translation. Don't even think you can drive my MC.
This is the Caprice Kinema, my motor carriage. You can use the toolbox and the radio if you'd like. No, I'm afraid not. We have a murder case on our hands, remember? Yes, sorry about that. The Caprice Kinema does have a rather distinctive engine sound.
He says it with very badly concealed pride.
The Caprice motorcar does provide most of our patrol vehicles, yes.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge. The frequency tableau lights up, and a green button labeled Prime Line glows like a feline eye. And then you hear something. The soft purr of electrical kittens, radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st precinct here. I'm putting him on.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a second, officer.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over. 10-4. What's your status? Over. 10-18. 10-20. Over. State your message, sir. Over. 10-9. Repeat message. Over. 10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 1022 the captain. Over.
Is it him? What does he want?
Says he lost his badge and needs to report it.
He what? He lost his badge?
Who lost his badge?
Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
He says this has probably happened to other policemen before him and laughs sarcastically.
Oh goddammit. Is he fucking kidding? The whole station's gonna be dicked for this.
Satellite Officer Vikmar is wondering if you might be joking and adds that this tarnishes the reputation of the entire station. Over.
Mullen dicked us.
He's asking you to stop, says this is serious.
Of course it's serious. He lost his fucking badge.
Satellite Officer Vikmar concurs, losing your badge is serious. Over. 10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what now?
His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
He asks you to please stop saying he lost his badge.
Why? Did he find it?
Sergeant Orson was wondering if you found your badge yet.
You don't have a comeback. Sorry.
He's not replying. Looks like he's still looking for it. 10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun, too.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too. Over.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you? No. It's gone. It's not fucking on you.
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
Even before you can get the words out, everything gets scrambled in your brain.
He says he didn't lose his gun, or his phone, whatever that means.
Ask him to describe it. His gun, not his fun. Just the gun will do.
Satellite Officer McLean requests a description of your weapon. Over. He says it's just a regular gun.
Sounds like he's being deliberately vague.
Detective Mullen has done it again.
Where's my gun? Dear God, he lost his gun? Oh my, I can't.
This isn't really a laughing matter.
Mac can face a giant of Coco Noodle by himself, but Disco here made him piss his pants.
Oh, I can't. Fuck. He lost his ass. He still got his wiener. Oh, man.
I'm not going to.
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson here is wondering if you are still in possession of your genitalia. Over. That's a negative. Not going to say that. Over.
What's he saying? Share with the class.
He said he sodomized your mother.
The prick ate Mama's vanilla waffles at the captain's birthday party. Some nerve he's got.
Sure her vanilla waffles were the only thing he ate?
Shut up, Chester. This isn't funny. This is my mom we're talking about. Tell him to apologize right now.
Sergeant Orson requests that you apologize for the claims that you made about his mother. Over. Mac, he says you shouldn't have antagonized the firewalker in the first place.
Who?
Satellite Officer V. I'm afraid he might be referring to himself as Firewater, sir.
Firewater? He's lost it. Fuck it. Tell him to find his goddamn badge and gun. That's the only thing that matters.
Satellite officer. 10-4, affirmative. Officer is in pursuit of his firearm. Oh, God,
Officer, do you need further assistance? Over. Okay, 10-4, sir. I hear you. Relay your question. Over.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through. You're going to be looking at a straitjacket if you tell everyone you lost your memory. Be smart about this. Ask if he's there alone.
10-4, sir. I'm not hearing your question. 10-9, repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. Over.
What? What is it? What can he possibly still want from us?
He seems intoxicated and keeps asking me to call him by his name.
Mullen's drunk and emotionally aggressive. That's new.
Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunken antics.
That's a negative, sir. I got a 10-12 here. Over.
What? What is it? He's still on the line?
He wants to verify the information on his badge.
But of course, it says Dick Mullen, High General of the Revacholian Cavalry Force.
Tell him to stop wasting time.
What do you need, sir? Over. 10. Excuse me, sir? Over. No, sir, I haven't. You're not really keen on mentioning your home life, so I've always assumed things weren't that good on that front. Over. 10-4, well, that's,
Does he actually want something, or is he hell-bent on disrupting our work?
He asked if he ever told me about his days before joining the RCN.
For God's sake, cut this shit out! Tell him to stop wasting time and be a goddamn policeman for a change.
Sir, Satellite Officer Vikmar says... So, was there anything else? Understood, sir. Over. Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? It will take just a moment, officer.
Her voices fade out into the familiar radio static.
Gottlieb, what do you want?
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
Oh, it's you. Firewalker? Oh, yes, yes you are. Just don't breathe in the general direction of your fire feet. Actually, wait. Do exactly that. Put yourself out of your misery. Take a deep, diaphragmatic breath in and... I'm the most serious person at the station, detective. Now, do you have any current, pressing medical problems? What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want another rundown of everything collapsing inside your body? You want the real, honest-to-God truth? Stop drinking, eat magnesium and vitamin D. Our station is not a retirement home. We don't have the funds to deal with rock stars past their prime. And no, I don't want to hear a political commentary on the topic. In fact, I got work to do. Some idiot has glued his eyelids shut with cyanoacrylate. It looks like Mactorson. It's not fucking cryoacrylate. It's super glue, Doc. And you survived it. Congratulations. Are you mobile? Even better. Anything else? I wouldn't worry about that. Officers your age have coronary trouble all the time. Also, death is a natural part of life. With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs and alcohol, I'm not surprised. What else? I'm not a brain doctor. Look on the bright side. You've got a whole new life now. Use it wisely.
It's hard to say if he doesn't believe you or doesn't care.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Of course. What is her number, officer?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Give it a minute. She might be busy at the moment. Takes a bit to get to the phone.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you.
Yes, hello? Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you? No, not me. No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the Union's phone, or the one on the coast.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the Union already knew about the corpse. No one calls the police. The Union would get angry. You know, what the Union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here. I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways.
I didn't know I had to report it. I thought someone would take him down eventually.
You can almost hear the girl getting smaller on the other end of the line until she almost drowns.
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought no one calls the police. You know, what the Union says goes. People listen.
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways.
The other people who live around here. Local people, I didn't want trouble. You don't live here. You don't understand. Squealing is frowned upon here. Everything is dealt with, well, by the Union, internally. Please, I just didn't want any trouble. I didn't know I had to report it. Yes, I know. It's okay. You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir. What? No, why would you even think that? Please, don't bring Gart into this. It's none of your business. I already said I don't want to talk about this. You're messing everything up again. You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir. Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone. You know whom.
You think you hear a sliver of accusation in her words.
I really don't want to talk about this. Let's just forget about this, okay? What? No, why would you even think that? Please, don't bring Gart. I already said I don't want to talk about this. You're messing up. You mean, why did I leave the bar? You know...
You think you hear a sliver of accusation in her words.
Maybe, I don't know. Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. Oh.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? Yes, you absolutely should. It's awful that you lost it.
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun detective. You were trying to impress some people with it. everyone was eating, and you were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes.
I remember this. You were screaming things like, "My brains are all over the wall," painting them red. There is silence on the other end of the line.
No, please, no more suicide threats. Thank God you don't have that stupid gun anymore. Me neither. No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like, "Big bucks cannot lie," and "Guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns." It almost looked like you pawned it, but believe me, I did not ask. Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on, the disco things. I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her at the Whirling in Rags when she was still working there.
I'm not mad, it's just you were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skua thing happened. It just made me want to quit. The stuffed bird, the great skua, you threw it against the wall while screaming, "Fuck that bird," and laughing like a maniac. I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there. It was a pretty bird, there since I started working in whirling. I really liked her. We call her Scotty. Yes, obviously. You were the worst client I've ever seen. And I have seen so many assholes in this place. I've had sailors fighting, union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. But you... well, you were worse than all of them. Honestly, you were getting borderline aggressive. Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. No more. I hate it now. We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody. To hell with that song. Then there was your room. Your project. An experiment to see how bad it can get in there. I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. Threatened to make me understand. I had no idea what you meant, and I don't want to know. And then you screamed something about the end of all times and how everyone is a piece of shit. And then I had to deal with your toilet, the one you clogged with police documents, causing water damage downstairs in the kitchen. I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke, threatening to kill yourself. The ones I had to wrench out of your toilet. Damn it, I don't remember what I did to your damn papers. I don't remember every little thing I do. Especially when there's a hurricane loose. It's your fault for losing them, not mine.
Something in you wants to immediately forget about this, as if there was a reason you threw them away.
No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst. God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened. Wait, really? No, this is absolutely not true. I like Guard. I really do. No, I was actually flattered. I've always liked him. It was just bad timing, with the corpse and all that.
There's a pause. You can almost see her on the other side, the telephone cord coiled around her index.
I didn't know what to say to him later. Then you came and destroyed the place, so I left without explaining. I should have told him, maybe. Okay, but please don't mess it up. Please don't take out your gun or something.
You hear a sigh of relief on the other end of the radio. Wordless, the call breaks. Then, the already familiar voice.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? 57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers. Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type. Yes. Guess what's yours? No, you're the sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we? Of course you are. It's okay. See if you can get something out of this, like info. Or maybe every time you say you're sorry, you get $1 million. That won't happen. A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran Butter. A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque. This panel usually closes the water lock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed Samaran Butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything. Pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then, nothing happens. Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind blowing in from the sea interrupts the silence of the situation. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the water lock to get across the canal. Some other way. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning? You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic.
Step right in. I know, sir. Are you interested in a new and exciting book? Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signaling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help Mum out with the store. Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Crime is a deviation from the law, punishable by either a civil...
And it's kind of like a puzzle too. You can guess who the criminal is, or how the good guys are going to catch him. You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen. Head, yes. But that's like the same thing. Not really, sir. Yes, sir. He's just a fictional character. I understand. He's no match for you. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
Inconspicuous. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an inconspicuous pile of the roofing material. Because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. That's why they're too orderly. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
What is this, then? A tool shed? Let's investigate.
Be still, my beating heart. It's amphetamine. Sweet amphetamine. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you. There's a good, vague way to ask where he stands on drug use. Professionally, I mean.
No, I'm just a regular detective, thank you very much. Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. However, see that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? A secret path the local kids use.
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. When the wind ruffles the cloak, you can most definitely see a white rectangle on its back.
Yes, it's probably yours. It bears the RCM insignia, and you have a habit of being careless with your equipment. You could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day. The cloak? I do think it's yours, yes. As to whether you should go for it? Well, it doesn't seem too dangerous. 2 major stops. Whenever you're ready to do it, I'll be right behind you. What are we doing? We're awfully close to breaking into the industrial harbor. They're bound to have information for us. I thought that was our intention. Or it could be that we are just exploring.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous crane towering in the distance over the container yard. Then he turns back to the sad piece of fabric flapping in the wind. Nope, no, that's still too high. What were you thinking? You're not a gymnast, you're a boxer, and you've climbed way. You could have died there. Shit.
Hey! What happened? I understand. We can always come back when you're feeling better.
This trash container the body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
We could try using a pry bar, the one you took from my motor carriage, or... We might want to ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one. And he also has information.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, you see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers. The worker isn't. That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already? Attaboy. It's coming back to him. You had your mesolimbic reward pathway worried there, not thinking about drinking all that time. It was like you weren't yourself. Forget about the bar. Or don't forget about it. You should totally try to get a drink there too. But first, you should lick that stain off the counter. Yeah, man. Let's get wild. Lick it. Calmly, the lieutenant looks out of the window, then to you, licking the tasty rum stain off the counter, then out of the window again.
What are you doing? We should move.
You could definitely go for some more. The titillating scent of alcohol in your nostrils was beautiful. Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore. The man is finding it hard not to trip on the tape, and not to send any of the bottles rolling across the floor, where unidentifiable sludge makes it hard for him to breathe. Smells of vomit in here.
And by that you mean crimes against humanity? I have no idea what that means.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside. A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, more likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact. It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. You're looking for something heavy and larger than your fist. The shoe you found on the balcony fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also been heavy enough if thrown with force. Congratulations, you smashed the window with your own shoe. And maybe, just maybe, you succeeded. We'll never know. The bed is cold. The door, there is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on. A tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you. The door is closed. This door can only be opened with a key or from the inside. Still no answer. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul. Of course, at this point, precise measurements of your soul can only be performed from the outside. It needs to be heard, through a PA system, by other people. You should sing the sad, slow song you were listening to last night. Thought it was obvious. No. Don't sing the happy song. It's stupid. Sing the sad song. It's profound. You have to find out how the song goes first, though. Maybe a tape of something appropriate would help. A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Goranci and Kubek. It must be his name, Goranci. Goranci Kubek. Sounds representative. The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air.
Speak Revacholian? We speak Suren. There is no such thing as the Revacholian language. But don't worry, your message remains clear.
The cook is still smoking, ash falling from between his fingers. His hands are large and clean.
Good thing he didn't understand a word of your stupidity.
He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn. You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. it's painted blue.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads? Yes, I suppose it's worth seeing if we can get in. Just to be thorough, as a side investigation. If you say so, Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side. The door does not budge.
Real mature, man. What exactly were you trying to accomplish?
Damn, your feet thought we got away.
You know what? The stupid drinks you've had are on the house. You know why? Because I know you can't pay for them. Not because you ran away. Now, I still have to charge you for 3 nights and the broken window. That's 100 square. Not entirely cool. You still owe me 100 real. If you don't have it by tonight, I can't let you back up there. Now, what the hell did you want? I assume you wanted something to come back here. Wait, what? But what about the bird? Yes, the bird. I found it lying on the floor with a broken wing the morning she left. You broke the skewer!
I assure you it was him.
Why on earth did you have to break the skewer? I can't believe it. I was so sure it was Sylvie. Even worse, I thought she was trying to send me a message. Symbol of hope and all. All right. Did she say anything else? About me, you know? Did she say anything about me? Really? I should give her a call then. Thanks, I guess. Was there anything else you wanted, or...? Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors, too. They put their trash there, and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. Prod at him and find out.
Callous? What are you, Kras Mazov? Almost all establishments in Revachol keep their trash locked. The Whirling in Rags is not special in that regard.
Krasmazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a historical materialist. He was a leading figure on the Grad side of the Centennial Revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov is considered the father of scientific communism, Mazovian thought, or Mazovianism.
What are we talking about? Was this not about the trash container? We should return to the case of your mistaken identity at a later time, officer. This was about the trash container.
What for? Mazov? Are you planning to nationalize my trash container?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please. What thing? Yes, not the whole damn union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction. They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info. We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even men on strike.
You glance at the clock on the wall behind the manager. Huh.
Good question.
They're probably getting drunk or protesting something somewhere. Or laying low after the, lynching. They probably fucking killed that guy or something, and that's why.
I have a feeling we'll make their acquaintance sooner or later.
Oh yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door. No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage. So I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that. What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
Do I have a shaker in my hand? Is this a shaker?
It's not a shaker. It's nothing. He's holding nothing. It is but an imitation.
Am I wearing a little bow tie? Am I wearing a bow tie and doing this? Am I smiling? Do you see me smiling and shaking my little shaker? No. Do you know why? That's right, I'm the cafeteria manager. I'm glad we cleared that. Is there anything else?
Play it calm. This man needs to understand you need a drink to help the community deal with police stuff.
Oh, well, in that case, let me pour you a nice, big, refreshing marinella. Do you want that out of a glass or a pineapple? Don't be an imbecile. I'm not going to serve you a marinella. I have work to do and broken things to fix. If that was all, I'd like to return to it.
Mazovian Socioeconomics. 0.000% of communism has been built. Evil, child-murdering billionaires still rule the world with a shit-eating grin. All he has managed to do is make himself sad. He is starting to suspect Krasmazov fucked him over, personally, with his socio-economic theory. It has, however, made him into a very smart boy with something like a university degree in truth. Instead of building communism, he now builds a precise model of this grotesque, duplicitous world. By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place but you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere. Why did you say that?
No. But isn't that an expression, not a place? A saying. Up on Marvel Hill, a great high place. One that is impossible to climb back to.
That doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money. Entertain the thought when you get the time. Maybe being a hobo and a cop has its advantages.
Hello again, officer. Excuse me?
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should...
Oh, well, I didn't write it there. I'm just sitting here. I don't know anything about that either. As I said, I didn't write it.
Pig, is a widely used term for members of the police. It's not loving.
No need to worry. We are not saying you did.
Okay. Well, I didn't.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler from another planet. Hey there. It's the Jam, my man.
The air from the east is thick with the smell of crude oils, heavy metals and other byproducts of the modern era. You can almost taste it.
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight, no explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Yeah, exactly. Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout. Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already. So tell me, what do you need? He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keep him busy.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs. A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees. Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work. The bosses, man. Makes sense. It sucks is what it does. Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Relax. He's merely joking.
Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice, clean business. This haul of cargo is mostly sporting goods. You know, tracksuits and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grad and the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il-Moran market lately. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy. Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road. This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery? Neat. For carrying large quantities of cargo a long distance. These found tracksuits need to find their way to the kids way out in Wamrau and Laurent Bird somehow.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
It's like whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out. Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on. They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do. Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing. Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man? Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an entrapment thing on me? Then what's your deal here?
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration. Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions. Don't be a stranger.
As you look up, you notice something about the statue. There are some odd indentations on the king's chest piece. Something with great kinetic energy seems to have impacted the cuirass, around where the heart is. A bullet? Someone shot him in the heart. Interesting.
Okay, I can't see it, but I take your word for it. Well, Martinez is riddled with bullet holes. This place saw a lot of action during the revolution, but the statue is recently renovated, so maybe a joke? Target practice or a political statement? If we connect every bullet hole in Martinez to the murder, we'll get an overwhelming amount of loose threads. But then again, we don't really know what we are dealing with here, so I've made a note. Don't hold your breath.
The king stands high above you, surveying the bay, mute and indifferent to your sightings. What did he do? You have no idea what you did a week ago. How would you know what this guy did many centuries ago? High above you, the king stands triumphantly oblivious to your memory trouble.
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down. We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes. Good. We're fighting for a cause here.
Right to work! Right to work!
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence. Rights of people, rights of workers, to have gainful employment, to make a salary, and feed their families.
His manner of speaking is wooden, the tone of voice bland and uninspired, almost as if compiling replies from a set of learned phrases.
Might be time. Don't let the fat bastards tread on you. Cops tend to side with the higher-ups, but you're essentially still workers. I don't trust cops, but I can see you understand the... Right to work! Right to work! Maybe you should ask them the questions, like, Why we're not allowed to make a living here.
Shame on you!
We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scab.
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates. Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guard's blocking the way to the access panel. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is. Huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access panel is right behind him. Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. And he's trained. I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke. And my men are tired and hungry. They're workers, not fighters. Like civilized folk, you mean? These native fucks don't understand civilized.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now, if you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge. Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying to meet their fat boss. I know nothing about a murder. Wouldn't put it past these harbor bugs. They'd do anything to stay alive.
Right to work!
It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
We are not picking a side in this just yet, sir.
Pity.
Lad!
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people. Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we
have the right to work!
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If Union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were
given a job to do!
Scab?
You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got some...
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the Wild North? Come to see the strife? Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. Of course, Policia. It wasn't me. You can rule me out. Easier that way.
He didn't do it. It's the truth.
My friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range awaits. I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage, I walk right past Measurehead and go in. Yeah, the 2.5-meter tall Seminese supremacist there. Walk right past him, then press the button to unlock the door, then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Está. Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best measure head in a physical confrontation. Or you could convert to a Seminese supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible. Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong. Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not enough intuition. Sure. Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin lands into your hand as if it has always belonged there. The swallow returns.
Always glad to help out the RCM. Shame I can't do more. Things are meager at the moment due to... You know, the winter's fat is slowly running out and all. Still better than scabbing them. Nothing to worry about, really. The jam's a bit of a mess, cargo can't get in or out. The rationing is a bit stricter is all. Supplies should last the strike, though. Aye, you lost me there, Honcho. But it's okay as long as you're not a sorry-ass scab. You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better footing with the organization.
Betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
You have succumbed to our rule. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company. No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich rays is waning. Jerking motions, signs of a late-stage neurodegenerative disorder. How far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind it, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war. Bring your troops to the Seminole Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Measurehead's race theory. Well, yes. Why? Don't you want to be a Seminese supremacist? So what if you're not Seminese? You can be anything.
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
Welcome to Revachol. You hear him yell at a redhead woman visiting the Fritter nearby.
I am not like them. craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt. Your silence betrays your inferiority. You do not have a reply. You should... don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that. Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront polycultural capital, something your race, nihilistic communists, never did. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic. Jam. Individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate youth culture, have you not? You have picked them up from rock and roll songs? Of course it does. You are a degenerate individualist and a rock and roll rebel. A pawn of international finance, just like the rest of your ham-colored race. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminoles race. The South Island race, haplogroup A4A. We are the rightful masters of the Insulindian archipelago. We descend from the Areopagites of ancient Pericarnassus and arrived here 4,000 years ago. Millennia before you. We are the future. That is all you need to know. I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulumbuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminoles women walk into the grey mass on Ile de Fantôme, waiting on immaculate conception from the Pay. No, I have heard about it on the radio. I'm from Couronne, and no, it is not just in Revachon. The city is central to the Simony strategy. Spreading through its trade networks, our culture will dominate the world. You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come to terms with, and never getting into the harbor.
I don't think anything about this. We are wasting our time having this conversation.
Your pedomorphic friend is right. You should leave here with your tent. Your race descent has only worth.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. And the vile CF race cauldron of pederasty. Which one do you need education? Those are the Seminoles, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Mao, of course. The Mao are riddled with eczema to the point where they find it impossible to smile. They are all lactose intolerant, a common result of inbreeding. A receding genetic pool has led the Mound on reprehensible street parades in Mound cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, wearing wooden clogs on their feet and little green tassels on their hats. You know them by the names of their nation states: the Oranese, the Gotwaldians, and the Königsteiners. My people simply call them Maun. The Maun are proof that you can have too much Occidental racial purity and tassel-centric culture. Inbreeding has led to a lactose-intolerant subrace whom no one can take seriously. The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the ancient Meteorans of Meteo by the golden Pisantic Sea, the Suren of Sur-la-Clé, and even the North Königsteiners, all have Type A race propensities. The other large Mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic race. True, they are violent and expansionist, but they have a glandular problem. Overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brains, making them listen to El Mariachi music and eat toxic minced meat-based food, which in turn only produces more sebum. As proven by the Maun and the Mesk, Occidental Type A is in retrograde. The Semenese and the Areopagites are on the ascent. The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Semenese are powerful, mesomorphic. The former is an immutable progenitor, unchanged since the Super Isola of Pericarnassus. Ancient brains rest in their slender skulls. The latter is perfected and adapting. Together they form the Semeno-Areopagite or Simeopagite superrace. That is all. There are no more Type A races in the world. Type B are the unheroic races, amorphous non-competitors of the great race. The Koikos and the Vacholier, they are mud-colored people. To an untrained eye, the Koiko appear white and pinkish, like a ham sandwich. But look into their eyes and you will see. They are of an indistinct muddy color, and so is their skin. Unhealthy, sweaty, and ashen. Pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advanced ballistic warfare and cultural domination that the Grad people have undergone for drinking al-Rul and smoking the degenerate tobacco and for eating potato. The Koiko, the countless micronationalities of Grad, are all inexplicably obsessed with potard. The only thing they like more is dividing into microscopic ethnostates, like political amoeba.
Wouldn't he be one for ethnostates?
Democratic ethnostates are microscopic. They breed genetic mediocrity. The Semeno-Areopagite superstate will cover the entire remaining planetary crust, uninterrupted, from Holy Semenine to the Boreal Plateau of Katla. Its leaders will be the genetic epitome of the Semenese and Areopagite stock, elected by nature. not the base inner spoilage called demos. The Vasholians, halfway between Tip A and the Racial Cauldron. Two makes to know right from wrong. You tried your degenerate little revolution, which was the single greatest failure committed by humans in our 82,000-year history on this planet.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
The revolution came to Ravachol from Gra, in Zara's ridden potato carts. It is literally an illness, a prion disease that leaves the parietal and frontal lobe ridden with holes. A soft, sponge-like mass of dementia, hallucination, and paranoia. The revolution is fatal familial insomnia. A hereditary prion condition passed from the Khoico to the Occidentals. But not sexually. Probably through trade routes and potate acid, the prime component of the potato plant. Enough of Tibet mediocrity. Tips CF are a museum of failed chimeric experiments and tragic maladaptations. They are tortured creatures waiting to be put to sleep. Your morbid interest in them worries me. Lesser races like the mosquito, a grotesque mixture of a masked woman and a Seminese man. Only possible if the mother is masked and the father Seminese. The other way around, they fail to produce offspring. The mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey. All they have left is to ride customized motor carriages with hydraulic suspension, listening to aggressive El Mariachi music to vent their impotent despair. Then there is the Simino Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know of the Simino Koiki Chimera? It is not an aesthetic site. The Khoico, as you know, are very servile, especially when they meet the rich man. Racial scientists have toyed with the idea of crossing the Seminese with the Khoico to produce a super worker of Seminese strength and Grad servility. This will never happen. The Seminese and the Khoico may have similar interbreeding problems as the mosquito. We will never know precisely. No Seminese man could maintain an erection in the suffocating potato stench of a Khoico woman, or Khoika. But enough. It is cruel to entertain ourselves with the deformities of Type CF. Were there any able-bodied races you needed education on? You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery, let alone solved it. We will see.
Access to the Union is important for our investigation, but there may be another way. Without becoming a race theoretician.
Am I mildly worried he might take it seriously, the lieutenant thinks? Yes, I am, he concludes. I am worried.
You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This clarity does not come instantly. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Tibere Vasholian. Your love for disco music and venereal disease?
tear machines, your bottles... You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Fritta slogan on the back.
What is what? It's a raincoat. If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real. Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
She pops her raspberry-flavored bubblegum and nods. The lieutenant frowns at you before turning to the clerk with an apologetic half-smile.
I don't know. Frit? I think they think that the extra tea makes it funkier. It doesn't. Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but, I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so, I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just...
Okay. I don't know, really long. Not really. No. I didn't know him at all. Uh-huh. A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
She scrunches up her face into an expression of consummate adolescent skepticism.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
Welcome to Revachol.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as...
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
Oh, come on, man. I just said, welcome to Revachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
Whatever you say, officers.
He smells of heavy motor oils and his breath of high tar content cigarettes. Probably Astra Whites.
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation. Apples?
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Yeah, apples? I take it you had other questions? Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body. You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage.
He eyes you warily, unsure how to respond. This goes on for about 2 seconds. Then...
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to. It's a fucking travesty, is what it is. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well. He's a Samaran guy who likes to pretend he's some kind of businessman. Really, he's just selling his employer stuff. Stuff he stole after he broke the seals on his human ox lorry. Just follow the smell. It smells like apricot and oil when you're nearby.
Yes, yes. Where is he?
Looks like I offended your partner there. Too bad. Sealang's usually a little bit south of here, near the canal. You can't miss him. Just watch yourselves. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man, all right? 100%.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Guess so. It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge, you know. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that. Oh? Good. If we, the evening people, pull together, we can form a bulwark against these troubled times. Root out the forces that seek to undermine the well-being of our people.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi's stern expression remains unchanged, but you sense he can't be happy about this turn of events.
When you said before that you were down with racism, was it meant in earnest, or were you just trying to win his confidence? So you don't find his views, say, unbefitting of a police officer?
Okay. Feels like this is going to be a discussion now.
And what point would that be?
Wait a second. Are you sure you want to go there? Even if you succeed, you're going to fail. Are you sure about that? Oh boy, we're really doing this.
There's a difference between saying something crude and an ideological racist.
Okay, you think there's a way out of this? The lieutenant falls silent and looks down at his boots. Whether he thinks you have a point or not, he isn't saying. It's unclear what this means for your relationship. Then he speaks.
Let me say just one more thing. As you've seen, these sorts of attitudes are quite common in Martinez, so I expect this to happen again and again. I've had this conversation enough times in my life. From now on, I'm going to stay out of it. How you choose to respond is your business. Now, let's get back to the task at hand.
Hello again.
see a set of tire tracks in a brown slush. No, these tracks are not interesting at all. This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, "Whirling in rags." With a well-oiled crack, the lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you shouldn't. Of course you should. This is your time to shine, Hobocop. Dive into that dumpster for extra just the feeling. A warning from some part of you. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Wow, an Armistice caliber 50 knock cannon, half wrapped in paper tissues. So shiny. It's a giant rifle, and it's very expensive. Not as expensive as that fat string of pearls snaking around the rotten banana peels, however. And is that Cordon Electric's preamp with Electra F2 tubes? It is. That catches quite a price. We're talking 12,000, easy, unless you're into hi-fi yourself. That's too bad, because none of those things are actually in there. There's just food waste and crisp wrappings. All you see is a broken mug with a racist depiction of the Yellow Man frolicking in saffron, only in its social sensibility.
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going to the Interact tab in your inventory.
Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer. Guitar-marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or empty. He wore them with a belt, too, a white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. Just garbage.
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple. Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked, and this is...
The fuck's he on about, kids? You hear that, Kuno? He thinks you're an infant or something.
See?
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container. You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below, and turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however. It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey, what's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork? Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form. If you don't mind my asking, how could you have let your paperwork end up in the trash? What are you talking about? Doeth thou also thorough inventories? You should take stock of your notes. Make sure it's all there. Official notes contain informants' names. If some of it has fallen into the hands of the RCN's adversaries, bloodletting may well ensue. It will also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Anyway, where were we?
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory and select the Interact tab to read your paperwork.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list.
Tremble. The time is now. Ta'ola. Time for the show. For Ta'ola. The hallowed time of fear and disintegration. A countdown has begun. All will collapse on itself. The world will disappear into a single grain of blackness. All sound will be muted. All life will scream. Yes, you spoke the words of the Palindropos and the houses of Pericarnassus. Items, people, even words will tumble. All will lose its meaning in the coming years. That is why you marked yourself. The face of the woman fractures. There will be herd killing. We all become vapor.
Hello again.
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and there is a warm smile on her face.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you? Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s. The men have the small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber? Back in Methka, during the time of the revolution, the sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buendero. Until you came along, that is. This is Gabriel Buendero.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide-brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen, and schoolboys used to memorize all his lines.
In all likelihood, it's a world that's only ever existed in her mind.
Someone was. They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not? They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know? All of this. I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, and the man behind the black sun had just come out. The posters were 20 meters tall. Everything was golden. While you, people, were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution, in Methk, it was a golden age. Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole. Diamonds? Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was? Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine. I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean. Of course you don't. What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel, the great adversary, no drugs can compare. If you don't know, why would I want to do that? Lowman, what in the name of God are you talking about? Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way. Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grad, on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Grad, Lowman? It's diamonds, Lowman, obviously. Easy. He's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
Diamonds are good for you, Lowman. You should try them sometime. Make yourself pretty like Eva de Zoras. Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the features of this world. It's a good palate cleanser, this jamboree. Or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back where it will, to the Great Plains.
I think we're done here, no?
Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen to On the Western Plain. It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring Boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain. Of course not. The Boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Maigret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down. No, the Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Maigret. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him. The most beautiful. A true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a Boyadero.
She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let her get back to her things.
So he doesn't think she's a smuggler.
You hear that, Lowman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected to anything.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best camioners around. I drive routes no one else will. Lomonosov's Land, Udashnaya Zemlya, the Western Plain, the Transcatolia Magistral, U41A, Adestradas du Mirador, all the good ones, the deep trenches, where the bluebirds fly. Irmao, I already am dust. Yes, go. Enough jamboree. I need to get back to Mesky.
Hello again, my man.
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into into a wide, welcoming grin. The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer! Everything's cool here. Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer, you're very cool. Bang, 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 bang! What? No, I can't believe you said that. You got personal style. You know what you like. You like premium menswear. Look around and browse. Everything looks cool on a guy like you. Take your time. Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All Revachol. Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais, from the Sigai province of the Serais Empire. The apricot suzerainty, you know?
Apricot suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Sigai archipelago was colonized by Revachol.
Oh! Oh no! It's very simple actually. Sigai is a shithole. Not good for independent entrepreneurs like this one here. That's why I came to Revachol. Speaking of, could I convince you to support an independent local entrepreneur right now? Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs. That's very cool. A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs. Sadly, I don't have any drugs on sale. Or at my home, or on my person.
Sir, it appears to be true. No drugs in sight. Not in the box of sunglasses or under the speakers.
That's even cooler. You investigating that and all. But, I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that. Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. I'm...
Realizing he can't get out of it. Smart man.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream. Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd? You know, the drug crowd?
No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. It was that crowd.
No use. He's not telling us. He's too afraid. We need to take him to my station.
Okay, look. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I spent 15 years working my way up. It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady. I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
He's not ruling her out.
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos. All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with...
No need to dress this one up. Just tell him what you want.
Oh, okay. But why, officer? Ah, yes. Lots of cops are.
Are you trying to ask for a bribe? If so, you're not doing a very good job.
Sorry, Detective. The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer.
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with net worth. Go over and ask him. These are
all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool. Sporty and practical. You keep coming back.
If he really wants to save the economy, he'd let you pay. It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much. Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage? Understood. You're that kind of detective. Why don't you get back to your case? The luxury of fine things. Just look at those black monk straps. After spending an entire day hustling, who's to say that you didn't deserve a pair of ridiculously expensive shoes on your tired feet? Beautiful things give you a rush. It's power, crafting your style, draping your flesh in silk and leather, deciding how to present yourself to the world. Remember, when they come to take it away from you, you worked for those shoes. Whether you like it or not, wearing these shoes has made you more liberal, ultra-liberal. They're either a gateway drug or a booster pack to get you deeper into free market ideology. A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. Just some tasteless Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb. Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Hyundai burning.
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
But why? I deal in goods, not services.
Smells like worn cotton and a little old sweat there. Worn cotton with a side of flea market or trash bin.
Sniffing is okay, but please don't try anything on. Can't have you leaving your photon emissions in the fabric of things you're not going to buy.
You're not imagining it. Photon emissions? What is he talking about?
It's the man from Hendal.
Walking away from his burning village, yes. Huh? The man from Helmdale is the hero of a series of popular books based on a fictional version of Kotler. Mostly what is nowadays ARDA NFD. In fact, most people don't think that man from Helmdale ever really existed. But they are wrong.
Helmdal isn't a real place.
Neither is the man a real man, of course. But both the man and Helmdal are an ontological necessity. But hey, it's not worth getting into an argument about.
Wow. What?
I doubt the real man from Helmdal was as poor a role model as the one in the popular literature. But yes, the books are very sexist, in a not entirely unenjoyable way. I mean, even if the man from Helmdal didn't exist before the adventure novels, the stories have made it so that he has. It's simple, really.
Okay.
You sound skeptical. It's not that complicated. All that's required is a more robust understanding of cause and effect. Besides, I've been to Kotla, though not quite as far north as the Helmdal, and watched northern lights travel across the sky. Very unique, energetic tides there.
Very, very unique energies indeed. Geomagnetic ley lines, one might even say.
Welcome to Helmdal, officer. Hello again. How can I help you? Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it? In that case, she'll be happy to get a visit from us, if we can find her.
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
Of course.
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Perolidon. It's tough to come by on the street. A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
How would I know? Perolidon is just something since the People's Power disaster. I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade. Had to take it for radiation sickness.
He's taken it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment, and early deaths. Cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could. No one's. Everyone's.
So much.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen? A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you too. We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized, tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill.
On the patch, gamma radiation lines crossed with a red drop of blood.
I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance. Didn't have the art to let it all go to shit without trying to do something to help out. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud. Years getting sick. The clean-up happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it, so I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there, it's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forberg as I can. Still in the same city, but I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Have you tried it before?
The lieutenant steps away, pretending to admire some of the knickknacks on display. Looks like he doesn't want to get involved. He won't be your nog, but he won't be thrilled about this either.
Here you go, man. Of course.
Advanced race theory. Everything is calm in the eye of the race storm. Your mind is lucid and bright. The mind-bending phylogenetics appear more distant and, to be fair, a little ridiculous. The great race mystery has cleared up. All that's left to do is verbalize your thoughts. Go and talk to Measurehead about your newly found insights. You see rows of toy soldiers. Try to find something pretty and cool here. Then use it to win her back. Yes. Buy something nice. A figurine.
Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you. Hello, hello. Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
A crumpled bill.
Welcome to Crime Romancer. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space. Sir, don't be ridiculous. I certainly will not give you money. I would be doing you a grave psychic disfavor. One has to earn one's success, even if one is a police officer. Handouts are nothing but manipulation. All they do is make you dependent.
Certainly there are good things to be said about dependence.
Now, hey there. Sounds like someone isn't taking responsibility for the energy they bring into this space. Fighting, enemy. My philosophy is everyone just getting along. Sir, one has to...
Certainly there are...
Now, hey there. Tribute. Sir, don't be... One has to earn...
Certainly there are good things to be said about...
Exactly.
We wouldn't want that.
I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture. Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl? Wonderful! Did you talk to her? Great! On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her? My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette. As a young girl should be, with the proper attitude, she'll have a bright financial future.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense.
Then why are you talking to me? Everything is on the shelves to browse. Everything is on the shelf.
She smiles and... The display rack is brimming with worn paper, mountains of it. Heroic quantities of Hyamdal. Roy's puny shirt is nothing compared to the real deal. Rows and rows of Hyamdala men blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Hyamdal and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Hyamdal, Return to Hyamdal. And the solipsistic Man from Hyamdal and the Hyamdal Man. Maybe 100. Man from Hyamdal and the sages at the end, not even close. Man from Hyamdal in hell. A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching. Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular Man from Hyamdal in chains, kneeling in front of a staircase leading to a throne. A woman sits on the throne, leering at the man. She's laughing at him, belittling him. Between the throne and the Hyamdala man lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman's headdress looks like a pair of devil horns. The title reads, Man from Hyamdal and the Devil Woman. The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Hyamdal novels.
It is a bestseller for a reason.
The edges of the pages are worn and smudged. A lot of people have read about the Devil Woman's altercations with the Hyamdal man. The jacket copy proclaims, Man from Hyamdal returns in his most exciting adventure yet. After crashing into a strange jungle, cannibalistic natives abduct his only surviving comrade, Noble Tiribold. Before Man from Hyamdal can mount a rescue, he is ambushed by a tribe of female warriors and taken to the ancient citadel of Cloud City, where a mysterious and wicked queen rules supreme. Will Man from Hyamdal be able to escape this dire situation and find his missing friend? You open the book to a random page. Man from Hyamdal wielding his two Zweihanders, is carving through a sea of savages, his visage fixed in grim determination. His arms, whirling like windmills, are soaked with the blood of his enemies. Mangled corpses litter the battlefield. It calls out to you. This is the spirit of Revachol. Berserker rage burns in his azure-hued eyes as he brings glory and honor to his long-lost Heimdalla tribe. From the village of Heimdall, the ivory giant roars like an ice bear, and the winds of Gatla howl out his name. Man from Heimdall rides on a gilded griffin, his golden mane billowing in the breeze. Both Zweihanders sheathed on his back. He is off to war. Will he conquer his enemies? Will he conquer himself? The steel muscles of man from Heimdall gleam in the humid jungle air. Yet the man does not sweat. In meditation, his soul drifts in the frigid northlands he calls home. A passage reads, "The man from Heimdall looks up, his eyes blue as the mountain lakes of his homeland. He rarely speaks, but now his voice booms in the darkened throne room. Do not try to sap my masculine essence, wicked temptress. Son of Heimdall will never succumb to your seductive wiles. Thine spells are no match for purity and strength of will. Brothers of Heimdall, stand above the vices of flesh, for it is weak and corruptible, yet mine is forged in gore and strife." Queen Lydiana just laughs, a sultry and salacious sound, then says, "I have grand plans for you, man from Heimdall." She gestures her diabolical hand toward an array of potions and unguents. "First, you shall please me. Then lead my armies against the vicious cannibals. Not a muscle moves in the face of the man from Heimdall. Yet inside, there is turmoil. This goes against all he holds sacrosanct." In the final pages, man from Heimdall mounts Galavarin, his mighty griffin, and turns his gaze to the horizon. Queen Lydiana is dead, but an army of cannibals is storming the gates, and still there's no word of trusty Tyribald. To find out what happens next, you'll have to pick up Man from Heimdall and the Three-Eyed Skull, available in fine bookstores everywhere. Spring 39. The display rack is brimming with rows and rows of the display rack before rows and rows of maybe 100, not even close. Mountains of it. A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types and endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Katawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure game book titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag. Books in a board game section? Who wants to read books? There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel notes, a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real. Nonsense for anemic Beano-clads.
Wonderful book. Browbritter is a fun...
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends? Are you actually friends? Or just colleagues thrown together by circumstance?
Then you're a lucky man. For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilizing, lousy, or I've heard they turn people into a
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over. A couple of spook novels hide.
Oh, crime, robberies. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
Crime fiction is a disgrace. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work. Glossing out what's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction, you see, a killing is declared. Dick owner turns out he faked it to solve it. Yes, the tragedy call. After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question. Your quick eye notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine of a book. The title reads, Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity. A worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic hard-boiled phase. The premise seems to be that Dick Mullen is framed for the murder of his best friend and has just a few days to prove his innocence. Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking? Then this is the book for you.
Of course. Such violence and immorality. I mean, enjoy.
This bookstore is not strictly a...
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my...
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone. These three things are very... The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services. It serves platitudes, while also wholeness, unity, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself. Various paranatural books. Amidst these, the point it serves wholeness. When it's up the book, this is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this? The throbbing in your head increases with every passing moment you gaze at this shelf. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book. The book contains descriptions of various pseudo-scientific things. For example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a venik or hand broom. It is, and good for the circulation too. It also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged in the pail. Readers, among other benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver to perfect health. For general health and well-being, these strolls promise to cleanse the mind. This is exactly what you need. There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to perform their marital obligations.
Excuse me, sir. I believe you've been perusing that particular volume long enough. If you'd like to continue reading, I must insist you buy it.
This bookstore is not... Several maps have... The maps look old and faded. The north coast of to the east, Huron. You feel you're just west of Col...
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only... They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tour from when some design studio...
The place does not look...
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. Always good to be informed of your...
This large ozone in the northeast, radiating outwards, you can. The ocean break connection, you have little idea what they... Perhaps they... Revacholian nationhood. The Revacholian state will be a serene place. You should get a drink. A beautiful, serene place of mystery and peace. It will not be a place for women to infect with their frailty and hysterics, or where the Seminese will be allowed to wear their pants around their ankles. All of that will go once you get a drink. The socialist professors at the École Supérieure will be fired. The editors of Trompe Le Monde will have to beg in the streets. You'll pour beer into their begging hats and laugh. You should get a beer. The plaque on the shelf reads,
I would say the book is also very daring. Certainly.
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside. Browsing through, suddenly, high-speed love. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of. Next to that, Rivasholian radio personality.
I really must insist you buy. I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You. Hello again, esteemed. Oh yes. How's my precious doing? As a young girl should be. As a young girl should.
The woman before you.
Goodness, you were already doing.
She's smart. You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
You see some kind of charm, aside from poking at it suspiciously. Just as you're about.
Sir, don't touch that. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there. I am sorry, I don't.
The curtains do seem frail suddenly. Not.
You do? My God. Even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir. No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come.
Talking is always good. There is something mysterious about the curtains. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if torn.
Hello again, esteemed officer. I already told you. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some. No! Okay, fine. Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
Host of hosts, she prays. Guard me.
It's not good to talk.
Wow, such wraiths may prove a
The curse. It's the curse.
Didn't that curtain just move?
Everyone knows there's something wrong with this building. I can. Yes, the wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us. Oh, this. No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of. There are numerous spells cast.
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like.
Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get it. Okay, but please, only a few. Oh, there are new.
Desert pygmy shaman. The woman before you scans the store. Time to fire up the.
No.
The lieutenant looks at you. You've got this. Just go with it. This is elegant.
You're cool.
He turns away. Technically, that's what crime bros would do. Yes. Commit.
Sir, I really don't have time for your jokes. The situation...
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Yeah.
Why must we stop to look at this wall every time we pass by?
This door has been closed with a padlock. This door has been closed with a padlock. The shackle
After you, detective.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz Mazov. Honestly, he does kind of look like you after all.
Whoever lives here definitely shares your enthusiasm. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems. The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting. Hold on a second. Is this why you broke in here? To find out whether you're Krasmazov? Except that Krasmazov is dead. He's been dead for 50 years now. Well, you both do seem to share an affinity for sideburns, but it seems like old Kras here didn't drink nearly as much as you. Very well. Let's look for identifying features then. Doesn't he have a birthmark right here? What about you? Alright, but here's the big thing. Krasmazov looks Samaran, and you don't. Yes, he does. Look at his eyes. Wasn't his mother a Samaran immigrant? Okay, you win. Be Krasmazov then. I don't care. Why are you so hell-bent on proving that you're Krasmazov anyway? All right, Kras. You fought in the revolution and everything, if you say so. I suspect that's exactly what they're trying to do. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems.
The lieutenant raises a brow.
Thank you for sharing this wonderful opinion on human sexuality. There aren't many communists around, not...
A shift in temperature. The air chills around you. A former architect stands before a slice of window, a room plan in her hand. A cold wave has made the air in the building stand still and frozen, with temperatures falling down to -20 degrees Celsius. Is red from the cold. She's breathing on her faint pencil lines on paper. It's clean and empty. She had an eye for beauty.
Give me a moment. Ask away, police. Oh, I think he studies astrology at the community college. Something to do with all those stars around his door. The symbol of what and how? thought Revachol was the capital. Oh, no.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Ooh, not only have you found my address...
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
It doesn't have to do it. Yes. Does anyone? Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it? I ain't no...
Actually...
We weren't put on the...
Well, hello. Someone seems to have found himself a bottle of alcohol. Light reflects off the green glass. Wow, the gods of mass production have made this alcohol container laughably easy to open. A child could have done it. There's a satisfying pop as the cork jumps out. Nothing. Some mental stuff. A golden sun melts down your throat. Its rays filling your nostrils with...
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's an alcohol button. Alcohol gives +1 to physique skills.
From the void we came, and to... Just an ordinary wall. Nothing.
You're back.
Is what you want to say, but it isn't. What is this? An athletic challenge? You're thinking it, but your lips are not moving. Look at that lady. Take a gander. Why, yes. Why, dull or... These are the kind eyes of the rich man. Now look at you. You're poor. Poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too... Oh, but you are.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. Word has...
One of the top...
It appears we are being monitored every...
This coin operates. Your money disappears. The curtains on the display. The lenses, it looks as if it...
Really?
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter, just some tasteless. The worn map. You'll think finally.
For a more detailed view of the map,
You see a set of tire tracks in a brown slush. The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message, written in the language of burnt rubber. Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling-in rag, and then accelerated straight into the fence. The driver proceeded to back out of the yard before heading south. Must have been in a hurry.
You are correct.
Somehow that...
I'm not sure.
You could follow the track south. Son, you've really let yourself go. It's a disgrace. But coach physical, it's going to take blood, sweat, piss. Behold, world. Here walks a sportsman, hands choked and hair kept back with a bandana. The Homo athleticus.
Hello again, my man. What's on your mind? I don't want to talk about that. Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here. I didn't, man. I told you, I was hoping.
Bah, emotional wreck.
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the lady, a youngish woman.
What color?
Blue and violet.
Then she may have dyed it again.
A friend? An acquaintance. Damn, I don't want to... Please just...
We can't just...
That's how it always is with you.
It won't come to that.
I don't believe you. She's got the darkness in her.
She shared the...
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her. I heard the rumors.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind. The way it worked.
The pain it was causing her.
Fuck, man. Go.
He's right. Wait, this guy says they're friends. Then, push Tommy and it will break his heart. Now is not the time to focus on feelings. You need that info, son.
I thought you were a different kind of cop. Here. Valori's still here. Down past the statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these. That's all I know.
When did she leave?
Last Friday. She left them to me because she trusted me. So I can get it out of the way when the jam breaks loose. Otherwise...
The other drivers would have to tow it or break in to get the machines moving.
If they break in, they would find what's hidden inside. Something incriminating.
No. I don't know. Nah. I need...
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. We should take care of that. Let's talk to him anyway.
Hello again, officer. I'm a Nighthawk. What can I say?
Odd. This green fountain.
This is the one our men pointed to.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered. The door is locked. You push the key. The smell of cigarettes and perfume. There's something odd about the passenger seat. Looks like the frequent...
Strange. There are so many radios. For contact, looks like we are dealing... doesn't look...
The ghostly actresses. These, one of them. But there's definitely perfume in the remnants of a sweet June. The actress... Wait. Doesn't she resemble someone you know? But you can't put the actresses and the rare act. You wedge yourself. But one odd detail does catch your eye. Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Sandpaper?
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. Voila, a stack of neatly folded paper.
Bonne prise.
This large map displays the toll booths at the intake. There, hundreds of thousands of motor carriages roar. This municipal, no storm, wind rips. The final, despite the cold, they travel. The road spreads like the tentacles.
It means that the smugglers are secretly using the RCM patrols most of these Hard to say. The Besmerti is a Revacholian crime with cool names, like La Puta Madre. It's definitely not the Union. Here's bad news.
Especially bad news for cops who may have something in their past they don't even know is there.
Best not to disturb this.
The stack of maps looks just like the metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's an issue of Petty Ferry. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast. These formulas look oddly painful.
The Uland frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know
full of 2.6, but it knows the rusty.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? All right, we've finished here. Let's quickly... Honestly, I'm especially intrigued by the... I'm not sure what the Uland frequencies are all about, but...
Listening in on your...
Oh, and the maps we found. They reveal the geographical extent of the operation. Looks like they've used abandoned tunnels and access roads to stay hidden. This is useful info. As
Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role.
Yes, well... We didn't find anything concrete. My suggestion is, we should return to... There are more than enough grounds to start... The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. All the same, I don't like the idea of... Debrief over.
A lorry stuck, the windows up, fumes of heavy. The driver has adorned his space with a substantial A large metal pendant hangs from the rear view mirror. The back end of a book.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Likely, yes. This guy's proud of what...
does not so much as glance at the object.
Stop showing me your pathetic cup. I have no interest in it.
Does he strike you as the kind of man who puts mugs into trash?
And look, babe. The million of law is also racist. The basic race education he received in high school has led him to think his phylum are the sole authors of race theory. An esoteric study reaching basic racist. I take pity on you. You clearly want to enter the harbor bad. Like a little boy who wants to go on the potty very well. You made it once. Our race converted.
Finally.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying on.
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders. Hundreds of documents and the same material. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and look how blurry all the lines. Hermeneutics was almost within your grasp, but now only vague You're a police officer, not a spiritual healer.
Is that what you're doing with those folders over there? Right. This is probably not relevant to our case. After all, we're not...
Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer. It appears to be a to-do list written in large. Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out and
Everard Clare, probably, the head of the Debarders Union.
Remember, Leo, all items on the drawer. An imposing combination of a punch. The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting. It's unclear whether you actually have muscle memory. Right now, you undoubtedly know. Sure, why not? Nothing tricky about them. The tarpaulin cloak. As your fingers touch the tarpaulin, it almost... well. They went
well. Yes, I think we can say with relative confidence. Yes.
Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes.
If you must.
Nothing incriminate. It's a black and white
Why did you take that picture of René? Fine, but let's...
The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. The drawers are empty, save for old timesheets. You take the painkillers. They are your... Oh boy, weird. Maybe this... You stand. Rusting Elysium on with a loud grind. The crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. The harbor sleeps as the strike rages in it, moving...
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing...
Before you stands...
Is this like your thing you do? There are a million containers here. There may very well... We are not here to interact with...
No reply. The knock produces your temple to your left. The lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement. The lyrics, the accent.
Container, everything. I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, just some of the other guys. Oh yeah, people say...
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Oh, that one. That should be empty.
Told you.
Oh, you want guys like Mr. Oh, Mr. Everard is usually in his... Oh, yes, yes. Oh, yes. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel... Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. Oh, sure, mister. Yes, yes. I'm like Mr. Everett. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right...
Who is this?
A real prick, but I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's... Oh, Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool.
He respects that word.
But she's a real... If me Miss Doctor Lemaitre...
So Everett trained a lawyer?
Yes.
Well, thanks a lot. Sometimes I feel some of the... Oh, we're honest.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down, but Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everett... Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. Him and his boys stirred up...
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy.
Easy, Leo. Let's get...
Look at him. It's not going to be anything useful anyway. Don't fight too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are spewing forth. Now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who...
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here.
Everything is so pretty and red. You and Leo look like brothers. As...
Sure is, miss.
I had to break this bond.
Bye-bye now.
A large table. You snatch up the red plastic.
The unpromising race people. There is not. I cannot post. The unpromising. Don't be vulgar. Mr. Clay also. To serve is not jam. Individual off. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. What you need is to come to terms with.
Well, the drawings are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific ambitions. One thing, however, it is not entirely free of throwbacks in the phylogenetic.
That atavistic stigmata makes pussy say yeah.
Babe, thanks. But I got this.
I think
that will be the...
They're always...
Race is reality. Don't be... Mr. Clay also. To serve is... above all. I am not surprised. We are... I am a this... No. Yes.
This could have made him more open to discussing the race enigma with you. The tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps. You could follow. There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12, maybe more than 12. No. 1. Standard 2. Standard work boot. 3. Hobnail. 4. Standard work boot. You don't. 5. Another 6. An aberration. Impossible to tell. Could all... You're not bad. This is 7. The glowing out. 8. And yet another standard work boot.
How many? I was pretty off then. I counted 20. I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. A woman or a kid? Okay.
He knows it's hard to discern sex from a person's gait.
Understood. Anything 200?
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living...
Possibly, yes. Interesting.
Oh, this one.
With a piece of sandpaper glued to the throttle, which means that the missing lady driver was also present. We've identified one of the footprints, but there are still... A week, maybe?
It is not.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal...
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good...
What do I think? Then, after hoisting him...
Indeed. They all stood...
Kuno's got this!
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it. He's almost exquisite in his ugliness, like a gremlin.
Oh yeah, nappa gumpy, Kuno!
Can't talk, pig! Shit's coming up strong! Throwing rocks!
Shit coming up strong. That sounds good. Joyous. I mean drugs.
Yeah, Kuno, right then!
Kuno's riding at sea!
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at him, Kuno!
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener! Fuck no! Kuno doesn't buy that shit! Fucking entrapment shit!
We shouldn't do it. You will see.
The language these kids are using. Pure...
The fuck are you talking about?
He's calling us Kuno! He says we're...
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? Shitload pig.
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno!
If I...
The usual being.
Kuno's fuck imp. Kuno uses the fuck imp for target practice.
End of conversation. Very strong. You should be this stoic.
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down. You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional. I don't know. Some fucking Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City. Kuno gives this info out on a need-to-know basis. And you don't need to know. Just a couple of pigs sniffing around.
Yeah, you tell...
Looks like you're a fagari now. Whatever that means. The suspicious question doesn't really work in antagonistic situations.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost,
Kuno's...
Kuno. Primal. Violent.
Yeah? Kuno's in a fucking...
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you! Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help! Everybody, please! He's digging his dick out!
Escalate, Kuno! His dick is out! You're afraid!
Pigs in here, Kuno! Somebody, please! Help! Mister, he's flashing Kuno! He's showing his genitals! If you don't... No one? Kuno's doing this because he...
Help! The pig's gagging him! Kuno...
You put him up to this...
Listen to your friend. Kuno owns the fat ass. Help! No!
You put...
Listen to your friend. Help!
You put...
Listen to...
Yeah, we're all in...
The lieutenant doesn't even...
Help! The RCM is trying to fuck us!
Thump. The blow connects. Surprise. Kuno feels it. This was no light tap.
What?
You are of...
Okay, pig. Kuno knows to respect that violent shit. You should see Kuno's dad. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about anything.
The creature behind the fence has fallen ominously silent. Only her eyes are alive, jumping from actor to actor.
Okay, pig. Talk to Kuno. We're back in this shit. The fuck do you want? Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden chooch. Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath. Listen. Kuno could hook you up with some...
You'd have to be blind not to notice the giant white letters. F-A-L-N.
Look.
The lieutenant remains silent.
Pig, these are found. Believe it. You...
These could dress coach, physical. They will also make you into an idiot.
All right, Pickle.
Don't do business with...
As you can see, Kuno and C don't trust you. Can't do...
There's more to his distrust than being
The fuck? A mug in the trash? Is this about the fucking clothes again? Yeah, Kuno C...
I can't hear you, Kuno. Speak loud.
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get...
The kid may have something there.
Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if...
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno!
Yeah? Get your bacon shit up. No, it's not fucking Kuno's. It's ancient.
He thinks you're fucking...
Get the fuck out of here, pig. Kuno doesn't have a magic treehouse. Dunno. Kipta's gardener used to work there. Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat. Look it up in the library. Kuno's not a fucking dictionary. Look,
Yeah, her.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. You're dreaming.
A little.
Don't let him dominate you, Kuno. Fuck his fat ass.
You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in? And then what? You fucking there?
He's trying to fuck at you again, Kuno.
It's a vitamin, pig.
You could use some.
Yeah, it's the mag.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's gonna...
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover.
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag. You're good.
That's where
Bet you'd like to ride the light.
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just...
What?
Fuck your shit back to normal. What is this?
Well played. No one saw.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come into... The fuck do you want with it? It's a
You could use some.
Okay, whatever. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno.
You're not getting this, pig. It can...
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag. You're good.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. The fuck about it? You're
Get lost.
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't...
The corpse looks at you. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle.
Active decay.
He's about to blow. Cock's gonna blow, Kuno.
An old call box, an off-key man.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games. Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore. So
A single beep. You hear the sound. You ring the... What an ominous name for a hair. Just seeing the words, all you hear is static. But you ring the doorbell. You wait for a minute or two. Looks like someone has met silence. Silence. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. You hear static. You can almost hear them breathe. She sounds almost antique. as if her voice was being played off an old wax cylinder. The lieutenant exchanged. No, something's wrong here.
Michelle, just please.
Sounds like a ghost.
Why did you leave me home? I don't understand. You've been gone ever since I came to work here.
A spot of static.
It's so nice to be able to finally meet again.
She sounds like the cold is deep under your skin. As if you... She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on another...
It must have been some kind of faulty wiring. We should maybe...
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name silence. This button...
Oh, this button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
No. Hold.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found... How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. The trash collection service?
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to try...
On Clinton Street, near the Boogie Street Diamond, a small truck rattles down an alleyway.
Thank you anyway.
I think fugue states are more your forte, officer. Sylvie had the key. Yes.
Absolutely in the question.
Another thing. Great. What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business. He wasn't fine. Okay, the kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. Yes? Yes. Have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I understand your predicament. I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that all...
Forgive me for saying, I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this estate. Not until you bring me...
Okay, I might...
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes? What do you want to know? No, it's not... The deceased is a security guard for a corp... I'm really... Anyhow, let's get back to the case. I'm afraid you and you don't know? I assumed you were in on it. Better still than an imbecilic cop-off. It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time. Later. Maybe you can tell me what you do. Do you want me to brief you? 3 days ago, during that time, a security guard or worker, they didn't identify themselves. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM. Just to be clear, we are police officers. It's our... You mean like a brief? There's no 3 days during that time. Okay then. What good? Me? I don't see how my life is that's a fair point. That's because I'm half... It's a part of the world, officer. You're barking up the wrong... That's correct.
That makes him a...
I can assure you.
You may not remember taking...
Just because your precinct has a reputation... No.
Your brain sends...
Something the matter?
What's going on? It's like the lieutenant relaxes his...
What do you mean? I have no idea.
The lieutenant's conceptualize...
What?
The lieutenant... We all have our different mediums.
Good. Let's change it.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical because, to your disappointment, after rifling the pages with the magazine is divided into several but like the so please, if you value
what do you
you flip back to the front of this section. You also skip over an article. Face it, you really aren't. If you flip back to the front, it takes a moment as you leaf the main feature though This so-called art, the actual, if you don't follow it, you think you're settling in for instead, you find yourself skimming at where to even start. So, all of it, based, oddly enough, this article, there's no way. Have you ever met anyone undercap? Thus, at the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races. You see, one cannot avoid the conclusion that Tip-Top Tourney is simply...
I can safely say the thought had never crossed my mind. I'm sure most... If I had to wager...
You flip back to the front of the magazine. Unsurprisingly, you skim the headlines. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Cape Side apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain... You flip back to the front of the magazine. Unsurprising, you skim. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer. According to it goes, you flip back to the... Unsurprisingly, you skim the... Finally, there's a brief article by the writer. It's true. You flip back to the... Unsurprised, you skim. Finally, there's a brief... You flip back to the front. In your hand, the cover features... The tagline reads...
Are you really good luck finding it?
The point is, the story opens. Spillane needs Mullen to drive him in. 2 days, desperate to clear his name. Mullen manages to convince...
What's the matter?
The lieutenant shrugs. Of course, Mullen didn't do it, and not just any dame. Secrets are the currency of... Deneuve reveals, not only is the local police captain in on Torvald, that said, a typical... The kid doesn't exact... Outwardly, he would certainly have... One evening, Deanna Deneuve, as the two... I love you. The name of the troop, whatever it is. Mullen never hears. Who can you trust in this? The lieutenant, when Mullen comes, Mullen trash. The heat is on. If Dick Mullen can't solve both murders before, can you solve the case before the cops close in? So, who did it, detective? Who killed Charlie Spillane and Deanna Deneuve? Could be. Who knows? Only one way to find out. You begin furious. You try to grab the pages as dozens of pages scatter across the floor. The last fifth or so of the book. See.
Too bad, detective. And on that...
In your hand, you hope. Why? There's truth. If you in the story, Spillane needs 2 days, desperate to clear his name. Mullen Of course, Mullen didn't do it. That's the whole premise of the book. Anyway, Mullen Deneuve not only is the local police cap. One evening, Deanna Deneuve comes to Mullen's as the two... I love you. The name of the truth, whatever it is. Mullen, when Mullen comes, Mullen trash. The heat is on, and you'll never know what happens. Because the rest... What makes you think this isn't the final Dick Mullen cap? How do you know this isn't the final? In your hand, you hold 4/5 of... It's the legend. There's a piece of... It's a metaphor. Below the pathetics, an aluminium block runs. The surface looks like an...
What? Any keep it all RCM.
This means you...
It depends. Okay.
While a bunch of sodden... It's just toilet paper. Stick it to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want. It's not, though. Still wet. The toilet paper. In the back. You then rip. 3. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work. The rest of the stink, they're not once in a while. Work is the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week.
Huh? 2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, but
Like a fan of girls, the checkered papers dry in your hand. Yes, a title, one might say even. Yes, others, you like this grime. No, it's going to take an effort to piece these case files.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival. Oh, you mean it's a holdover from the early... Again, I pray his rail spike through the head.
There is, for sadly, The ledger, the lieutenant, he is not really.
Nor did I give this.
The task you've completed flow out to the blue. Inspect, interview. It's not exactly a things to be done and things.
No, actually. Any ideas? Great. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good to be so.
You don't exactly close them so much as distance. It's made of dark blue, the blue heart. Don't look into it. Something and something small. The plastic shimmers like with your hands. You four-sized pages. The acidic, like the bits they put into public piss. If you knew it was dunked in the toilet before getting chucked into the trash. Way, so you wanted to get in on the trash toilet stink collab. Yeah. Turns out your nose doesn't like self-indulgent literal shit huffing. Hell fucking, it's proving to be harder than expected. Is not a hot flash of rage. The ledger quivers in your hand as it shakes. Arson. You don't exactly close them so much. It's made of dark with your hands. You've arson, petty theft, spousal abuse. You don't exactly close an aluminium block, a bunch of sodden. A crumpled billboard reading. Judging by the size of the impact, these look like the same. Side slip mark. The black marks. The panel served as the vehicle saw. The sign broke the Samarin within the past. Still speeding. There are two good candidates. It's about the right size. Very sturdy, but you'd have to follow the lieutenant looks on.
Any theories about what happened here? What kind of car do you think it was? That's quite likely, from what I can tell. Oh. I suppose that narrows it down somewhat. Fortunately, we are not traffic cops. Should we...
Somewhere in the depths of your alcohol-addled soul.
The tip-top tourney champion?
The lieutenant patiently listens to the words coming from your mouth.
Jumping canals at night? In conclusion, it's a colorful theory, but I don't... If we...
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
I have some...
Transport enclosure.
All right.
The dash, like a the lights.
There you go.
The cage.
I confiscated this for... There are spinner hubcaps. A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than that they are. I was going to take the... No, that would be silly.
The spinners shine so...
Yes.
The lieutenant not. As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp.
There she is.
Around the borders of the rectangular watermark is overlaid. You catch a in the middle.
Ah, let me see. Right here. It has its problems.
There are many of them. The first row has the next. You count. To the last row. That's it.
Those are perforations.
Alpha male, son. Here is where we score your life performance.
The first row represents your years of... That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth? Cool. This next row? Wow, more than 200. It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there. For an RCM officer, especially Pristine 41, which is in... There are certain... But it seems as though...
He's sincerely glad you're not a...
Everyone. Personally, I find... Par exemple... Anything's better than annihilate... Yes. If you want to pour out the booze you've been carrying...
A dark pool of cheap wine appears at your feet. It shimmers in the lights of the Kanema.
Very noble of you.
The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
It's the ledger you found in the... It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of... Yes, at last. Why, yes. Every last alphanumeric in the file. That is... It takes about half an hour to piece... This one, cause of fate. The mural, true love. People call it. The graffito crew. The case... The crew... The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message. All of Lakeside, Central Jamra. A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority. And that love truly is possible in the next world for new people. And it is too late for us. Did anyone ask you what you believe in? Leslie will always take the only way for you would. Can he keep you? Threaten it. It's plain to see from the files that you, satellite officer, good, you're learned. He must, in the process, kill them. He came at us. Can't get out, which is also why it would be very interesting. That's all you got. Who knows? Don't worry. One day you may still catch. Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof. Yes, they were cigarette butts. No, you didn't have time. Murder. Tum. Beaten to Joseph Mills didn't. No. Okay. So the case is handed to you. No. It's soot and water vapor. Yeah. No one. Mills has no. See? You can't even read the thing, but smoking hookah. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden paper. Just relax. The slides snap back into place without resistance. 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. 2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tip. Thin wax paper has been good. It smelled a touch of cinnamon. The end of summer. You think the lake familiar had a young woman in her. Harry, it began. Throw it away, please. A merciful.
Let go.
Frisson covers your entire body. Your hands shake, holding onto it. Every morning when I step out, you're asleep behind me. It says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest, down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No. Hold on. To what? There's nothing.
Detective, is everything all right?
is nothing. Again. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you. That's still there. And the small light that's on, fluttering, somewhere in the basal ganglia. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping in the water. Slimy.
The call when you're dead, brother.
Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow. Because it's always there.
Tell him. Tell him.
Ah, yes. In the olfactory system, they call it the apricot chewing gum scented one. It's unhealthy of them to linger on it so. But as they say, what do you do? It didn't smell nice. It smelled like betrayal.
There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on pause. Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape, its lack of beauty was not the problem.
You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules? No. Someone is breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
Yes, they're pouring something on you. It's in...
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness. The upholstered cabin of Lieutenant...
Drink. Water. There is no use arguing with me. You will die if you don't.
There really is no use. The water is cold.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in...
With greedy gulps.
What happened? Good. You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed? Good.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and a tool equipped in your held slot for skill.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help. Traffic. I'm sorry, officer, but I don't drive. Now that I think...
That sure narrows down our list of suspects.
Jacob?
Do you think it may have...
It's a logical explanation. I felt within that thunderous crash. Sure thing. You, and I...
He's not telling you the whole story.
You weren't quiet. You were very when I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it. Then I agreed to take it. 15 rounds.
The lieutenant looks from you to... There's pity there too, in case you didn't notice. The light swirls in his face and glasses.
Sure, man.
Yes, we'd like...
Roy takes the...
Yes, these are very, very good.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course. I meant no offense.
Thank you. Here's the 100 real you need for your bill.
The rest is for him. To compensate for the windfall, as I say.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps. Sure. I'm not purchased. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
You see rows of toys. They're not all blue.
This is what the loyalists...
Which ones?
Big men.
Franco Nigeria.
This set...
I think they're poverty. Okay.
This set of...
I think they're poverty. I don't.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate. The air. It's time to become a citizen of the king. I knew we could trust you.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it? Well? Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. I'll unlock the electronic lock to your room. Please pay for each night in advance.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to.
Yes? What do you want to know? Good.
I help you?
This is the door to the room.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM. I have a cigarette.
oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
I apologize, but I only brought one with me. I have exactly one cigarette every night. What? You mean,
Keeping the habit within the parameters.
Yes. It's been a long... Well, but we performed the...
Though you really dropped the ball on inspecting the body, he doesn't want you to feel too discouraged. Probably out of fear that you will just give up and keep drinking.
I look forward. We didn't get to meet about Claire, but we did get it. We talked to Joyce Messier, but didn't get any information from her.
If Kim is empty...
Above all, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a stand-up prison? It's impressed. Those are some stylish shoes too, by the way. Those loafers. Must be hard to run under what you do. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the habitual citizens militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses. Yes, all officers of the RCM have been. The RCM's prime... We can arrest people, of course, but you can. As you may have gathered from the fact that we don't convict. You have to supply compelling evidence for not a good position to be. A coalition of the RCM, or perhaps it is better, it's probably more honest, yes.
Or if they think you do.
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. Okay. They're a union of... What do they believe?
Those others say.
Interesting question.
Something kind, something ominous. Something like the dark blue, serious color of the...
A historic figure? The author of the Moral Internal.
It is more than that.
Yes, but the years have changed. Do you? In fact, we would need them even if you didn't think of it. We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim, spoken like a revel.
The lights of the orphan district are reflected in his glass. The dying lights of an aerostatic passes overhead. The whiskers of its floodlights on the ground.
They really don't like us here. And Martha, it's our fault for leaving this place. We run this city. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are. But we are in control, and it's worth it. That seems unwise to me. But it's too late for him.
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him...
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
A mirror hangs on the wall. A mirror hangs on the wall as you slowly abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see. Yeah, there is where to even begin. Bet you are. Your nose feels like a small balloon in a... It's not. It's swollen. Don't be scared. Behold. You have no idea who this thing is, do you? Whatever it is, at least it's dead now. There's clearly... Please stop. It's horrible. Oh my God, what does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey? There might have been, 10 years ago. It's little more than a cadaverous spasm now. Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad place, somewhere in the past. That's all you know for now. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, the chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've probably... The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking... Hey, it's a chewing gum. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. It's too late. Like an image on film. The expression. There it is again. Yes. The sun, there is a movement. Why are you talking to a bitter until a blossom feels so... The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. Then sleep doesn't come. And then sleep doesn't come. Maybe it's the bed's fault. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it? Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep, and images start forming.
Childhood. You're not kidding anyone, Harry. You don't remember shit. Tell me, do you remember your wife's hand on your face? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs between her legs and in her mouth? That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium. Everything. The Pale and the Isolas on the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people, and you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up. No, you haven't. You're just sleep-talking, and the act is wearing thin, too. The spots on the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time, sweating up the bed. Stinky boy. You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown? Who are you kidding? You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Good going, buddy. Oh, just a dream. You have ones like that all the time. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think. It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline. Of course, Martinez is you and Speed will be happy again. The fan stands still. The switch must be broken, because nothing... A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. The window stands broken in its the morning light hurts.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. I mean, engulf men who drink beer for breakfast? I completely forgot one loose thread less to worry about. And everything, which may, of course, that would just in fact, even one more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately.
Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. But, aren't you...
They're in no hurry.
The man ponders his cooking. He looks up at you, then looks away quickly. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door. The mention of mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words. The man says a couple of sentences in that strange... I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
horse need more vodka?
Of course, vodka. Now, turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder. The cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak.
Hello again, sir. Which book was it, sir? Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. I haven't read that one yet. I wish I could help you. I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. Mum says it's
Behind her, the window has been boarded up.
cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. Exactly. But we've been doing fine, so yes, she can be quite strict about it. It's the type of, or there could be a story about, that's really not a proper romance story. Not in romance, but I haven't read many of those. I don't think it's a romance story if the main, no, yes, she knows.
What was that?
These are not very, well, maybe it happened. Those are unhappy books. Maybe some about other books? Oh, King, I think that's why people read them.
Seems like most people who read those books failed.
But it does make the famous people more famous. Okay, sir.
There they both are. Two identical, like two baby crocodiles. It's pretty clear, ain't good.
Hello again, sir. No, sir, I can't. It would be too tiring to refrain from it. It's already tiring enough to remember to say it all the time. That's a friendly enough face, most of the time.
You fell to... She waits intently.
Come on, anyone would notice that.
Yes? Hello? Me?
She doesn't really... Is she such a work...
Looking for something to read. It is. I know you are.
Everyone can see that.
What with?
Her hands, another comrade. Years you step in and close your arms around this foreign body.
What is happening?
She seems to be confused. The situation is oddly intimate.
What?
Less talk, more feeling.
Fighting for it how? Oh. I guess it's better than nothing. Keep fighting on, my fellow comrade. Is there anything else I can help you with? My husband? No, he's not. I don't know. At home now? Out drinking?
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but... I don't really need to know. No. Why are we still talking about this? I haven't... No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not
You know where they are. They're at home.
What? That's just... My daughters are perfectly fine. They're with their friends. They're almost grown up now anyway. They're past the age they need me protect. My youngest girl, Jolie, is just shy of 6. Why do you need to know this? Haven't I repeatedly... There is no investigation. I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but...
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't...
Nothing.
Maybe you should.
Wonderful. The store is open.
The woman before... Whoa. A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation.
True. They never clean. The bridge is fine enough.
Just an ordinary one.
Give me a moment.
You're back. Good. What can I help? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. Glad to have been of assistance. The little... Of course. The scabs, if they were organized...
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you.
Of course. How else can I help? What would you like to know? Good. Until you come up with something at that intersection, I'm afraid I have little else to tell you. But I'll try. Ask.
She's simply... A plaster cast bust. But honestly, he does kind of look like you after all.
He was dead. There aren't many coming.
This door is made of metal. No one.
We should return.
No one.
We should return.
just an ordinary wall. In your hand, indeed. It would do. You flip real art. The back cover. She can't be much old. In cold as ethnic tent, it would physically hurt you to keep reading. They go through. He toils through the... She spends the next, the memory of their short as life leaves their remains between the soil. Kingdom of Conscience. The Kingdom of Conscience will be exactly as it is now. Moralists don't really have beliefs. Sometimes they stumble on one, like on a child's toy left on the carpet. The toy must be put away immediately, and the child reprimanded. Centrism isn't change, not even incremental change. It is control over yourself and the world. Exercise it. Look up at the sky, at the dark shapes of the coalition airships hanging there. Ask yourself, is there something sinister in moralism? And then answer, no. God is in his heaven. Everything is normal on earth. There. Working class cracked it. All in a... What do you mean? Yes. Didn't she repeatedly tell you there's no need...
God damn it, I already told you. And I very well then. Where is he? Excuse me? Right, 'cause working class women come with alcoholic husbands. You know what? You were right. I do have an alcoholic husband. Although not that...
Ah, blam. Knew it.
No, he's not. Or maybe he is. I haven't seen him for... Well, to hell with him.
She sighs, but...
All right, go ahead. Honestly, not that different from you. Oh, thank God, no. Well, he's... What else? It's his cool jacket. I even tried throwing it away once, but he just... Well, what can you... Yesterday morning, because we...
Gone for her. She turns away from you.
So you are going to look for him. Thank you.
I'm sure he will too.
I will. Of course, officer.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you.
Where? There? Yes, the one that happened had not much.
Vigilance officer? Yes. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more. Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't with no one.
No one has been...
Yes. It's...
Look, officer. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him.
The possibility of someone...
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated king...
Yes, yes, yes. Can we conclude?
He is not going to become an entrepreneur.
Yes, it does. It's a private man.
You see, officer, René is the kind of man...
I'm fine, goddammit. No one.
No one has been guarding the...
Yes. It's not actually an issue.
Look, officer. The Evrard created this job for René because He knows the Royal Carabiners pension of honor and PTSD. Oh, I didn't mean to imply there's something wrong with that. I do it too. Everyone does it.
Yes, yes, yes.
He is not going to become an entrepreneur.
She?
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure has...
Yes, yes. Like I said. Ah, yeah.
Oh.
A superpower. Feared and respected. A testament to what is decisively. Without fear of offending the sensibility, Revachol would be a different place if more people...
Don't get started on...
The Carabinier doesn't reply. But...
Oh.
You can't... That's why...
Of course.
Philip's it...
Higher realms. Of course. It all makes sense.
Please, officer. Don't...
Yes, indeed.
Right. Vigilance officer? What can...
As Rene turns from you to his partner, two, the large, a crowned head in front of two cross, a small blue star.
For bravery. I'm sure, but I know this uniform's reputation. You are also wondering if I got this for raping women or killing babies. Son, we should forgetting those titles.
Whoa. Sounds like you're about to open the gate.
For doing my duty.
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and...
It was on the first month, King Frisel. Alas, the young Drissong was...
Purple velvet tunic. That isn't exactly...
To keep the long and bloody story, the rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. So I got shot in, then his horse. Driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, I grabbed my sidearm.
Capitaine Arnoux,
when I came to, it was all... The Dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one. Right. Through some miracle, he was the commanding...
You sense he's downplaying it. The old Carabinier stands quiet.
What Monseigneur Modesty is not telling you is that he crawled over 7 kilometers before, and that even while crawling with a mangled half-dead prince on his back, he still...
Is that pride in his voice? It's deep down, but maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself, it's there.
Maybe, but also bear in mind... Oh no!
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, Poltroon. Bah!
Oh, yes.
I'm not getting into this with you again.
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own. Impress this old soldier.
I have...
Yes.
René. Hello, officer. Oh,
do not...
We knew her. She was...
And then you stole her from me.
Oh.
You stole her from...
Well...
We were just... No point starting this all over again.
She died. René and I were...
Died.
Departed. Until the very end she could never make up her mind about anything. She was always leaving one of us for the other. But never long enough. Heck, technically...
You always confused them.
Of course, officer. Memories are... Let me think. No.
Then help them.
I wish I...
Respect?
I'm not.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth...
Can I at least finish? Oh, in many ways. Oh, yes. Not in the tech...
Of course. I hate this socialist rap.
Everyone.
What the...
The old soul. There he...
Let's try not to get caught in a...
Writing work mostly. Oh.
Well, he tells his...
No, thank you. Oh, that's the caution. Well, then, the player... I could, but you'll put...
I don't like where this is going, officer. Don't you think we should do some... Hurry up, then.
Sweet Jenny. Of course, officer. I'm sorry if it's
the only one you have.
The sandwich looks, in addition to the obvious slice of ham, a fat one.
Believe me, officer. I wish... Fuck off! Sorry, officer. I'm sorry.
When the dissidents come to rape our country, he hides. But try to get a bite of his deer sandwich and he gets claws? We are a special kind of vermin.
A man so principled about his sandwich calls for a principled approach. You really do. Now, unleash the...
What?
I am not going to listen to this scummy Connery.
Huh? Yes, officer. I really don't understand how my sandwich could. I would rather just have this one, officer.
Tell this lost comrade what the people's sandwich would be like. Distill the essence of the working man. In the skepticism emanating from the merry... He's not imagining it.
You're describing prison food, officer. I like different, better food. Fine dining, not jail time. Please, just drop it.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye. Make it so cool. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography. What are you? Deaf? Yeah, you have. With a sudden flash. Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish.
A good starter pair, officer. You keep coming back.
If he really wants to save the economy, he'd let you pay with net worth.
Gotta prepare for... Everything's still cool here.
Hello, compat. Oh man, that's great. God, man.
He doesn't live in Mod.
Right to work! We were promised work. Main gates, and I don't mean the scrawny mess punk. Why don't you...
It would be better.
No! They will. When a punt beats me.
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His shirt is far too small. He ignores your question. Silences. You've been talking to him for quite a while.
What's it to you? No. Don't think we've met before. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? Uh-huh. It was a long... What's it to you? Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. We're all workers, right? Worked at Territorial. Uh-huh. What's it to you? Big mess. Caused by union greed. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Worked at Territorial. We're done here. I have a strike to break. Right to work! Right! Things are busy enough.
The hulking man oozes stark.
When a bunch beats me.
When there's something odd, his shirt is far too small. He ignores. Silence is the answer.
Honest, we came here to...
I have a question.
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. What's it to you? Big mess. Caused by union.
The man has turned his attention.
What's it to... Big mess. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Worked at Territorial. Uh-huh. We were promised.
The physically... A lorry stuck. The window. Fumes of heavy...
Racist.
The drug, a large...
Likely, yes.
Hold on, Wandering Man. Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating him. I don't believe it wasn't. You know.
He's a chatty guy.
Murder, huh? Probably not. Murder, huh? That's okay. I have no idea what I'm doing either.
The already familiar cold touch of plastic.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be... Sure, mister. Oh, I'm... Sure, mister. Oh, we're on a...
So?
But Titus and his boys got into some... Oh, I'm not... Him and his boys. No, I don't think they killed anyone. Yes, I'm like... Actually...
Who is?
But I can't listen to the radio all the time.
You see this...
Oh, mister.
Before you is the walrus of a man. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm Everard. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
He looks extremely...
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff?
Please, Mr. Dubois.
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing. Forget about...
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I, too, have convictions. Should you find yourself more amenable in the future...
You're no Titan affiliation, buddy.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell...
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your...
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Yes, I know, Lawrence. He's a real...
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least, don't thank him for it.
Is there anything you'd like to say to me?
No.
Cool? I wouldn't go that far. I'm sure there are cooler things than delivering a comically oversized... Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter.
His slug-like lips move. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words.
Are you all right? It's not like you left it loaded.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
Officer.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
God, you're slipping. Your knee is jerking. You what?
Mr. Dubois.
What is this, Mr. Dubois?
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry! Mr. Dubois.
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
Don't be done.
What an odd demonstration.
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together and ask him questions. Police officer questions.
Honestly, I didn't want to bring it up, Harry. I heard you have become Measurehead's race pupil. Personally, I'm not big on the whole... Let me assure you. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it. Of course. My God, so...
I think the odds of that are very low.
So good to...
Words flow. It's just...
Are you trained?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Everard's large hands are covering the...
Oh,
I'm sure it...
So how about it, Harry? This.
I find that very suspicious.
I'm afraid this is meant for Union Eyes and family. Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one... That's why I like you, Harry. But of course, Harry, your precinct is the fort... It's Harry.
You don't feel like either one of these things. You know what your name is. You have a sophisticated name, like that of a count, or a beautiful man.
No, I'm really not. You are Harry. And I can work with you, Harry. Well, Harry, if I were to sum you up in one word, it would be apologetic. Well, you sure come off as very confident. Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not linger on personal details and amnesia. You want... My dear Harry, there are Harry, you
Smooth talking. Maybe that...
Oh, that's very... One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus... Yes, we're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you shouldn't work with her just because you and I... If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go. He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he... Empty all your barrels on me, Harry. Vanished? Oh, did I leave...
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Harry. Do not fix...
If it's spilled blood you're looking for, then there certainly isn't any in his expression. Or...
Of course, Harry. I have no interest. Tell her about all of it.
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now.
I don't know what that means, Harry, but I love it. I love your initiative. Knowing you're out... Don't even tell me what was going on. Alcoholic brew, stronger, stopped it, strike. I'm just gonna let you surprise me, Harry. You've got a lot of spirit.
Not even a speck of anger in his voice. That's that then.
Let's hear it, Harry. Of course, Harry, of course. Yes, your gun will be found, Harry.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even...
Harry! Kids could be playing gun roulette with it.
I assure you, we are working...
Excellent, Mr. Kitsuragi. Oh, of course. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected. But there's a thing that's been...
Yes, that sounds good.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors.
I'm not sure I understand.
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple...
Does this jiggling ooze think he's going to use you?
Harry, I'm a very...
You want to send someone a message that the police are...
I repeat, I'm a very... Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A loud blabbering... Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's Harry, my dear friend. I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez. Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know. You can get the key from Manana. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the... See you soon.
Before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened. Why are you even trying?
Because what? Now is not the time to get philosophical.
Hundreds, and the set you already remember, Lee. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the drawer slides shut smoothly.
I am not the first line. The hard now leave me be. Oh, don't be vulgar. Mr. Clare is a man of also to serve, of course, above all. Rampant, stop explaining. Of I am not surprised.
Miss Head stoically looks to the distance.
So, how'd you like our harbor? It's but a rest area? Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye. Like men of the plain. The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed? What a thought! Your dead guy was an enemy combatant. He was an agent of the opposition. I ain't the murdering type.
Understood.
No problem. A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open? Oh, I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. What you're looking for is...
Okay, but...
The janitor gave it none of this mess, were you? I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the...
Who? He? It.
We're negotiating our share. Aye. All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take part. No. Even a weak child can think it. The only thing's holding someone back, just the way the world works. But I think it's best you make up your own. I guess you could.
By that.
By heavens, why would... The old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Okay, he's reasonably... Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway. And moralism is... Sure.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, it all comes to that of a noble peasant or a traveler. No. No. The man sits on the railing, his hands reaching far and wide. Yet
The mercenary, eh? What a thought. You're dead. It was an I ain't the murdering type.
Understood.
No problem. The mercenary, eh? What a thought. You're dead guy. It was an I ain't the murdering type.
Understood.
No problem. We're negotiating. Aye. This stuff, they already covered. Never grateful.
The man whispered.
Right to... When a bunch of beats me.
When the man... There's something... Oh, fine.
Is this about the... wow. I didn't know you worked for the Union, sir. Anything else I...
Blow the whole thing on speed and gin. Right. A small cabinet.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint Baptiste. Saint Baptiste. Saint Baptiste. I don't really know what...
What do you see? A woman? Or okay.
He knows it's hard to discern.
Understood. And it's too... Maybe it was...
There is real, palpable excitement in his voice.
Mm-hmm. From here.
It's bad.
He appears to be wearing some kind of armored boots. I can't see any exotic prints here. Wind keeps changing. Are any of the prints deep enough in your opinion? Which ones? I don't know. Are you sure? From here.
It's...
he appears to be wearing some kind of armor. Which ones? That's a tree. From here.
It's...
An obese person is becoming less likely. Maybe...
There is real, palpable excitement.
It could have been, but I do.
But why?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows. You have a point there. Anyway, it's a week.
It is not.
As I
correct again.
What do you see? A woman or a kid? Understood. Two.
He might be right.
I do.
But why? There are 8 pairs.
Interesting.
Oh, this...
With a piece of... Which means we've identified one of the... A week.
It is not.
As I...
Correct again.
What do I... Then?
Indeed, yes. Everything fits up. The lieutenant doubt that...
Either way.
There he still is, looking right through. There he still is, looking right. The smell is repulsive. It... You feel a great until a pool. The smell of Commodore Red rises from the pool.
Keep it. The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some if you can handle the headache. Some officers use it to deal with cadet. That young woman, the gardener, mentioned she used salts for the smell. If she doesn't have any, there might be...
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check.
The trash containers. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. Not much to see. You see a box. There's nothing more. The container sounds a muffled gong.
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. No, I am not. So that's...
It doesn't matter.
She says nothing. Could this be the...
I suggest not wasting time on trivial pleasure.
Even though she has excellent control over her...
You are not here to chat up the legal counsel. Like I already told you, what you want is of no significance. What are we going to... The union isn't... If anything, it's aggressive.
So you...
Listen.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. I don't need privatization. Aggressive. Listen.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Look.
Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a social... Behind the dock workers, a ceiling height window. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold outside. Nothing. Just black tangles like the hair of an old woman.
This is where you say you're a bit.
Detective.
Oh, this is about...
You're sure taking your time.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy by now.
Time to go to work in the shit factory!
Easy, boy.
You might want to start asking your questions now.
Do a head count first, starting from the right, sitting on his right, across at the other table, hobnailed, and then standard working boot. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it in the far corner. Stamp size in the middle. In conclusion, these exactly the missing lady driver who was running the drug trade. Does it mean maybe? But hey.
The fuck is with you, fella? What are you or what?
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
Shut the fuck up, Glenn!
So let me get this straight. There is an Ace Hardy...
That's right. You're not cops.
Good. We are all...
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks.
Like hell, you...
We'll do that. The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprints. Detective, you want to deliver the coup de grâce? Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade, because it's all...
That's a mighty interesting theory.
Yeah, man. Theoretically...
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course. Boo fucking...
Yeah, that's what...
Theoretically, of course.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy.
My answer is...
And here we go.
I know! Fatty walked on all fours. He's so fucking fat he left...
Go fuck your mom, Dan.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all fours. Anything else you need to know?
The pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a...
You mean these boots? We all got a pair. Yeah. We did this. Together. God damn.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time. You don't have to answer.
I know, Lizzie. Relax.
Known him? We don't...
Yeah!
Quiet.
By the Pine Skull, you mean Joyce Messier?
No. I mean Pine's cat. Why don't you ask her about the...
That's enough insinuation for today. Are you deaf? Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all? That's for the court what you can do right now.
No. We'll stay here.
How many people have you...
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
But you see, why? I am.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming.
I can't prove it. But I know he was sent by the wrong. Here,
there's slight unease in him.
To kill us all.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl. Young. Show me your cunt. Why don't you show me your cunt? Then...
Aren't you fuck...
Yeah. Me and Eugene got around.
No.
There's nothing you can do for now.
We hanged him up by his neck.
Didn't they teach you anything?
This is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work with what you know.
Titus.
We overpowered him.
Then we left him for seagulls,
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first. Then see if it all...
With numbers.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came to our bar. It happened right here.
Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others. But...
No.
Of course he's having trouble.
Fuck off, Shanky.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of...
And fuck you.
His all-muscle comment. This one is a stone wall.
Like what, Copper? Yeah, lawman.
It's almost an
Not in the erect...
By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster.
Look, Coppers. I know you think you're doing your job here. But there are 7 of us.
The bore's the size of your eye. I can almost see the stars. The last thing you hear is a little murmur. Not a blast. Not an echo. No one screams. It's... As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint. So, from a distant sunset, what are you? Yeah, with a sun.
Hello, compatriot. God damn.
He doesn't. A lorry stuck, the windows up, fuming.
Likely.
The back, a book.
Racist.
The drop, a large metal pen.
Right, two.
When a beats.
When there's something off his shirt, he is silent. You've been talking to him.
What's a big mess? Caused by union greed. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Worked at... We're done here.
All I'm wondering, man. You know.
He's a chatty. Before you is, with great effort, he straightens himself.
Welcome, Mr. I'm Everett. I'd offer you my...
He looks
You go ahead.
Whatever. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad...
Have a good day, Miss...
It's the ledger you found. It takes about half. Not much has changed. A bunch of sodden paper. It takes about. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of. Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. You stare at the card, willing your hand. Two octopuses are smiling. It's slightly, ever so slightly. The acidic, you know, like the bits they put into pub. Your nose does not understand what it did wrong. A bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand. It's a...
Mr. Dubois, I hope time is on your side this time. Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, so tell me.
The chair you're sitting on has...
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude This should it should be sufficient.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Okay, okay. I respect them. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter.
The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words.
Are you all right? It's not like you...
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always...
Officer.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
God, you're sweating. You...
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so...
What is this?
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois!
Maybe you could use your hands somehow. In a kind of throw-in motion. Like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was...
Okay, enough. We are here.
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together and ask him questions.
Honestly, I didn't want to bring it up, Harry. I heard you have become Measurehead's race pupil. Personally, anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Oh, I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike, but there's a...
Yes.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're...
The stars aligned into a cosmic frown here.
Harry, my dear friend. Harry, I'm a...
You want to send...
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist... Fantastic! You can get the key, just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. You've got a lot of spirit clearing up the drug problem alongside this murder. I'll talk to the mayor and see if I can get you the key to the city, Harry. Now, let's talk real business. I don't know... Don't even tell me what was going on. My dear Harry. Harry...
Smooth talking.
Oh, that one thing I want to... Yes. We're all trying to do what's best. Vanish? Oh,
Wait, there was...
Harry?
This particular brand of human...
What do you mean, Harry? He's an old man. Harry! I have little people in my... Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm a... Yes, yes. Low-balling.
His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible behavior.
If she actually wants... Of course, I have no... Tell her about...
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it?
Of course. My God.
I think the odds of that are very low.
So good to hear that.
Words flow like a river of honey. It's just a brown folder.
Are you trying to tell me you've got...
Mr. Kitsuragi...
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau.
He got the name from the Census Bureau. And everything else?
Yes, yes, Mr. Kitsuragi, from the...
That means he doesn't really pity. The
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Yes, your gun will...
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Yes, thank you for the hot tip regarding your lost gun, Harry. My men have indeed. Now, please.
It did not come as a surprise to him. He might actually not be bullshitting.
Damn it, Harry. That's exactly what it means. I'm only kidding, of course.
Of course. I understand. We help you, you help us.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here. You're one of us now.
Why are you?
Why are you? Now is not the time.
The edges of the pages are. You open his berserker rage burns in his hand. Man from the steel, a passage. Vines. I have grand plans for you. What do you even know about literature? This is not just another book. It's man from. You open his arms. The edges of the pages. In your hand. Why? In your hand, you hold. You stare at the now. The face of it takes as you leave. The main feature, though, is you flip back. Even by the well. His own maladministration. Stories, there were whispers he slept on a huge pile. But wait, you see, old Philippe wasn't just His Majesty's courtier cocaine. That's what the revolution beneath the cold water. The original, most historians, some years ago. The statue is supposed to capture people in Martin. Those critics might. Philip the... The woman is still...
Huh? What is it? What do you want? What do I need drugs for, Loman? Yes.
Those... I don't like the sound.
Then what were you getting at? Your man, Loman. Good.
So, how'd you like our harbor? It's butter, right? You talk to the boss, eye to eye. A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open? Of course, I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. Polar weasel? Oh, I know what you mean. I'm pretty sure he's what you're looking for.
Okay, but
the janitor gave it to me. None of this mess. I'm more of a...
Who he is and what...
We're negotiating. Aye. All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on Nick. No, even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't. I have nothing, but my own code serves me well. If my code starts failing, a code can fail a man as well as a man can fail a code. See, I'm primarily a... I think it's best you make up... I guess you...
By that.
By heaven. The old man is corrupt for our benefit. He is Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems. Sure.
The look in his... It all comes to that of a noble peasant or a traveling herdsman. True to yourself, no. No. The man sits on the...
Hello again, sir.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
It's the ledger you found in the trap. Without resistance, you stare at the card, willing your hand to move. It refuses. It's too much. Not again. It's like your hand shakes. You're flat.
Right. What about him?
She gives you.
Hello again, esteemed officer. Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. Some of these old paperbacks just don't have the durability. I would be happy to sell you another one, but unfortunately, it's the last copy we have. A book about cockatoos?
Shelves, crime, these, what's not a single, you see, a killing is declared. Yes, tragedy. After all this, shelves full of biographies of famous people, whoever they are.
A true culture.
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cup.
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
Turns out that there are so many different cockatoos. You wait, it's quite a challenge. Several the maps look old and faded.
They're quite valuable. Though they... Yes. Are you interested?
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance. The curtains tattered with age.
Nothing.
She speaks oddly enough. The more she tries to draw you, you see.
I warned you. You're unleashing forces beyond.
The suicide of Kraz Mazov. It's clearly a lie. Kraz Mazov didn't shoot himself. Reaction was on the counteroffensive. The State Day Palace in Mirova was surrounded. He was either assassinated or died in the bombing. You might even have evidence to support this, somewhere in your brain. Mazov was never given a state funeral by the communists. Some people even say the body that was recovered from the ruins wasn't his. There, good. Hero restored to glory. Carry on, comrade. A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you. Only an echo, a hollowed-out, dark echo.
I wasn't kidding when I said we're parapsychologically done. You don't expect my help. Do look at the books, though. The books compel you. You may be able to make up for this by buying a lot of books. I hope you're a voracious...
A small mountain of colorful board game. The display rack is rows and rows of Yem Dalamet. The display rack. A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Ow, shoot. Whose moronic idea was it to just run through the door? Don't you know that things like that hurt?
Are you alright?
What is going on there? Are you really... I warn you, don't tempt the spirits, officer. Don't tempt the spirits, or you'll damage the holy wards on the door.
It barely looks like you've done any damage to the door, however. The greatest in it. Browsing your educational... That's the... Oh yeah. This is a pop Thaddelory Dolores, incorrect. Sola resigned after an assassination, incorrect. Dolores Day was the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. She codified parliamentary democracy and created modern institutions. Among these, the moral intern, she was powerful and beautiful on all her icons. Her colors are steer clear of this one. There's something terrible about this one. A strange sensation of loss. When, yes, the quiz is correct. Nothing much as the first innocence. He declared that the question 2. Easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, incorrect again. Even though, please, relax. Correct. Franco Negro attempted to solve the question 3. Who got it under control? No problem. Solid. Correct. The most famous and important of these. Final stretch. You've come so far. I've got it. Honest. Correct. The MESC might see Franco Negro as everything from inter-Isolari travel to the congratulations on finishing the test. The C. Vaguely possible. You would have done better if you just left Dolores Day for the end. Dial the Dolores Day down a bit.
What's going on with you? Okay.
You are shouting at an inanimate object, like a real... A cockatoo. This book talks about where to even begin. All cockatoos are known for their needy natures. Required pet owners also it is not recommended to get a You're right. Ouch. Not great for the neighbors. This is... Ooh. Perhaps, in the words of it must be glorious to... Despite its banging name. Yes, but all those cockatoo species are so different. Which one are you? You're right. You're Cetarchus venereus embodied. This ominous bird belongs on your heraldry. Give up. You'll never find the answer. There's no other copy of Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity here. There isn't. Maybe if there had been more money, or more, or that. Yet, hang on. You can do this. Use your imagination. So, who killed Charlie Spillane and Deanna Denuva, detective? Just fucking pick one. Sounds good. You can't trust the fuzz after all. You've seen it yourself, haven't you? Maybe that cuts a little close to the bone, Jade. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
have. And how did you like Mr. Clare? What?
And if it were a conflict, the RCM would not pick sides. My colleague's unusual approach to police work does not...
Well, I can't stop. How could I stop you?
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things.
Did you now? What sort of borscht is he making? The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up, beyond curious. And because I don't like the idea of them any more drunk than they already are. What else? Oh. That's...
The lieutenant looks...
Unconventional police officers.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun? Well, maybe he's not as helpful as you thought then. Of course, until then, is there anything I can help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. Glad to have been of assistance. Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. It doesn't really matter.
One of the tall buildings.
In any case, is...
If there is...
Of course, I wouldn't normally break protocol like this.
The words bloodbath sound cold in her.
Yes.
Since you are sharing, man.
Then we're on the same page. I have an indirect role to play. I'm sad to say. Absolutely not.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenell. An Oranese military. They wear ceramic armor.
So, what happened?
The story is, he was taken out behind the whirling in... Nothing. Mr. Clare, it's a smokescreen.
What is the nature?
Whether to execute one?
It'll be all of them. The decision is already made.
Surely you're joking. These people, if you don't pin this on someone good and do it...
The Debardeurs have over...
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive?
The Seraï's giant hornet, the world's second largest
These men work in tandem, as I said. A bloodbath.
It appears you found it, yes. And I'm not happy for you.
It doesn't have to... One single concrete suspect delivered into civil... If you mean did I see him alive? Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his... He was 40.
What else?
He was, in a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers. That the man was killed because he assaulted...
The lieutenant consults his notebook.
Odd. We haven't heard any report.
Last Sunday night. Either way, he's alleged. That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slight...
You meet her soon enough, you feel?
Not much. Their public resume... They boast a long list of clients.
Meaning they're used to operating?
Yes. All the good conflict corridors. Supramund. I wouldn't go as far as to use that term, detective.
It's the expression she objects to?
Yes.
She picked a strange hill to die on. Strike. She's silent.
What is the purpose of this, detective?
Paramilitary death squad is a bit rich. But yes, were it up to me, I would have at least vetted them more thoroughly. Sadly, if you still have access...
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is charged with...
Do you know a lot about the inner workings?
In my line of work, I have. And they will. They've gone to ground. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
Did you miss the part?
That is a bad idea. One I won't be a party to.
One is obviously that the other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while...
That may be so.
For all your talk...
Of course it...
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keep...
Would afford a good vantage...
Where is your radio?
Heavens no. I hope I can answer it better until the
They don't report their progress.
Not on this matter. It's a matter of days.
Not. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask. Of course, Detective. You're back. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead. Glad to have been of assistance. More lessons in basic reality?
It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This isn't about you. It's about...
Glad to have been of assistance. You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? Glad to have been of... You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality?
It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This...
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else? More lessons in basic reality? The girl in... Ah, yes. The girl in the... Looks like a... Yes, she... I can't. All right.
Suddenly, you're not so...
And what would that be? I can see that. Nothing infra about those days. The new. It involved lots of partying. Of course. You're much more grounded. A serious detective on a case called Reality. Speaking of... Glad to have been of assistance. What we...
There was a touch of discomfort.
The Pine and that...
The Wild Pines group.
Why, thank you.
She nods.
What would you like to know? The boat? It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet?
Good. Of course. Anything to help. Until the...
They don't...
Not on... It's a matter of days, not weeks. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there... What...
There was a touch of...
The pine and that...
The Wild Pines. Son Baptiste.
Why, thank you. I'm not...
A billion?
It's a num. It's made of one... And so Wild Pines employ 72,000 people. You know more than you let on.
She nods.
More lessons in basic reality? A bird? Of course you're not my... Ah, or two. A pre... This one, mostly...
You could...
Wonderful. Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Of course. Anything to help. I have an indirect... They were dispatched...
Everywhere.
A member... Absolute...
Who are they?
Crenell. They were...
So...
The store... He was taken out. Nothing. It's...
What is the...
Whether...
It'll be all of them. The decision.
It is very... If you...
The debate.
Have you...
The setup?
These men, as I said, a bloodbath. Many. All we can do is keep the rest... I am sorry.
This must be it. The leather up. In fact, it's oddly... You knock.
I guess no one is... Let's be honest. Apparently, working with the local... If the Merc Tribunal happens... On the other hand, yes.
The door, besides, You tried finally the sound them as you hold the open. Master Investigator, you just can't keep yourself away from Attaboy, the world's secrets. A row of mugs, a little, there's some, it looks like the artist is celebrating diversity. But of course, the lieutenant picks up one.
I'm beginning to feel better.
Yes,
there's the missing, and now they've...
And perhaps you should break into apartments more often.
Who knows?
You could ask Evra. This is the flag of Revachol. This isn't just one, it's an optical atmospheric anomaly. By old, the lieutenant does not bow to the flag. It accepts your... It is not my flag. A row of mugs sits on the just an ordinary. If he really wants to save the...
Got a prepared... Shut.
Stylish shades, huh?
A good starter.
Hear that? Magnesium. Yes. You need to get so magged up. Yes. There he still is, looking right through you with his white eye. The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth. You feel a great force ringing from your stomach until the smell of Commodore Red.
It's okay. Happens to it. The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. That young woman, if she does...
Acquiring ammonia will provide...
Does Kuno care? Yeah, like...
You're lucky you didn't die there!
Yeah. Kuno's got some advice. What are you? Like...
Perhaps you could compress this negative. That's right. Turn your weaknesses.
Fucking right, pig. Kuno's filling bathtubs with that shit. Kuno's a kingpin. Don't be yanking your shit.
We need to befriend him first.
Fucking right. Fuck no, pig.
He's not what we need to befriend him first.
Kuno doesn't... Fuck does Kuno care?
He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out.
Fuck no!
Kuno, they've almost made you a snitch now!
Ease off, see? Kuno always takes the bullet over the hammer.
He'd rather die than work with the justice system.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out. As you tap on...
No, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They're also fragile. I'm not going to turn it on for you.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Right.
10-4, come in.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, be smart.
10-4, sir, I'm not hearing your question. 10-9, repeat message. Sir, I will not have you talk to me in this manner. Over. What? He seems intoxicated.
Mullen's drunk and emotionally... Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunk...
Understood, sir. Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
This is Precinct 57. Just a second. Sylvie, yes. Oh, great. What else do you need, detective? No? Not me. No.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later.
Okay.
You hear...
Anything else I can help you with, 57?
In the cabin.
Things are busy enough.
The hulking man who's...
Hell no.
His neck muscles tense up. The veins on his...
Fucking fuck.
I'm going to interpret that as a...
How about you fuck off?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now. The man's breathing.
What a wondering man. The mercenary, eh? Ooh, what a thought. Your dead guy was an enemy combatant. He was an agent behind the murder.
He means a more violent faction could...
Understood.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Yeah, the janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole. Yeah, it would be really bad if we got into an argument about it. Waste...
The unpromising. I am not the hard. Now leave.
Mr. Dubois, every worker... Yay? Why the hell not? Now, I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you? You're right, Harry. You only have... Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good. By now, I'm sure you... Harry, this strike is
You mean our victim?
a security contract.
He performs a motion.
I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a... No, Harry, the elephant is Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container. Yes, but enough about me, and one of them got downright suicidal. Getting drunk, violent, and...
By negotiating.
Harry, what you need to realize is we got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. There's a militant wing.
That sounds a bit like...
They're like you guys.
Again, that sounds like organ...
So these...
One day, Titus... He probably worded it differently.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested.
He places a lot of faith in that lawyer girl. Perhaps this is a tactical error. Anyway.
Racist mugs in the trash and in the apartment? I have so much confidence.
Yes, yes.
Oh, no. Believe me, Harry, he's a nobody. It's your basement but he does live nearby. Maybe it's a pedantic weasel.
Would he?
Oh, you're too kind, Harry. Way too kind. I know I'm not a real How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their Emma. Last winter, some poor workers... These guys turn up and...
So you believe the scabs were...
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes. Of course. You're always one step ahead of me, Harry. Tribunal...
He's clearly happy about the tribunal.
Oh, Harry, what?
He wants you to do more things for him before.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably... Oh, they are simply... Old Theo used to run them.
Interesting. Who's second in?
They're almost all of them great guys. Work with them. Hell, interview them. You know what, Harry? I got a feeling they're going to show up in full force tomorrow.
The lieutenant marks something in his notebook.
But of course, it's the least I can do for...
When you meet this Titus, tell him about it.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real.
The lieutenant watches you pocket the banknote.
Good boy. A real team player. Was it a good tour? I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr... Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust...
A man of the left. So you have to... He's been hurt too much in the past. By men who aren't social democrats.
You're saying it, but I don't believe you. You know how it is.
And what would isn't?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta. I'm glad there's a nameless little street on the coast. On the coast, Harry. Across the they are just gonna...
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
Am I? We're gonna build a youth centre there.
It depends.
But he's...
As I said, it went...
He's saying as little as possible. as...
You bring joy to... You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13... Most certainly, Harry. By all means, Harry. What's on your mind? Yes, yes. What's that, Harry? See you soon.
heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Ow, shoot. Whose moronic idea was it to just...
Are you alright?
What is going... I warn you!
It barely looks like you've done... You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month... It's going... This is either my money is on... How else are you going to build something? It's always... There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to... Once the construction starts, it'll probably take a few...
I should have never... However, we'll need access to...
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. The spread pattern of more old bullet. You peer into the faded marks in the chest feels...
You okay there? You were looking pale there. Bullet holes generally look the same. Plenty.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
She's not even asking you anything.
A referral, you mean? I take it this was for... Oh my.
The lieutenant does not say anything, but she...
My. And, in the process, you turned up some information relevant to your...
Her bartering mind cannot fathom that you didn't...
Frankly, what was done was not pretty. I advise you to be very selective with what information you choose to share. This may have consequences beyond our line of sight.
How benevolent.
While we...
That is only fair. Well, I hope... Misinformation. Hurry up.
She must really want you to look into the drugs. Otherwise, she'd tell you.
Brinkmanship or...
No. It was more like he wanted things to get worse. In secret, of course.
Or he wants you and me to believe...
There's always that risk. He means it.
I'll think it...
Have I underestimated the unit?
Yes. That's the talk about town. What you've said is quite enough. Sounds like he has you running... Ah, yes.
With longing. Clear and...
I should be. In my youth, I had a brief dalliance. He's probably dead by... Yes. Not overly. We told ourselves we... A youth sent... Go ahead. Help him. Make it so. I have no power to stop him. Yes.
She is more defensive.
Full of ghosts and ancient memory. Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later, should something come up. Now, what else can I do for you? Of course. I'm glad you are...
Disappear?
Yes. On the downright the point of...
Thank you for your concern, ma'am.
Of course.
Don't tell her you've met...
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite...
A strange coldness.
A bird? A Svenicid? Ah. Or two. A pre-rep... This one, mostly the splat...
You could be...
Wonderful. Glad to have been of assistance.
What happened here? Put your emotions aside. This, it will still be accessible through the apartment. Indeed. A small cat, their logo.
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription. Yeah, there's like an ampule somewhere.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled.
Okay, don't, like, overdo it or something.
A colourful display, the bottles there, in that dark green glass. All
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. Huh?
Of course not.
No, Fritz only sells legal drugs. The pale age vodkas, you know. I mean...
Substances give powerful bonus. Use medication, like Nosafed and magnesium, to counteract the negative effects of substances. Note: consuming substances can have unforeseen consequences for you.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that. The ammonia owned the second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Get up.
The weight is reassuring.
I've seen strong men turn themselves inside out for hours. You are facing tough odds here. Alcohol withdrawal makes it... Okay, you need to get your shit together. Then the world will turn away from you and leave you behind. No. You will get your shit.
For a moment.
Bitch fight, see? Bitches are...
bitches about to kill each other.
We should go and do something else. Give it half an hour. Then come back with...
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go to your thought cabinet and internalize it for special bonuses and effects.
Fuck does Kuno does...
Let me handle Detective Disorientated.
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
That's right. So let's get to it. That's Titus.
It doesn't...
She says nothing. Could this be the Miss Buford?
I suggest not.
Even though she has excellent control over her...
You are not here to chat up the... Like I already told you, what you want is of... What of the Union is... If anything, it's aggressive.
We've talked to everyone.
Listen.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. I don't need privatization. Aggressive.
We've talked.
Listen.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Look.
Strange.
Just a moment.
She's agitated.
And there's no public phones near.
The closest phone booth is down the...
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see... Please don't... The union office probably has... The manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague?
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. I was also hoping she...
A little missing persons puzzle might...
That's just it. You have more important things to work... Oh, yes.
It's absurd.
That's one...
She's used to playing off such...
My apologies, ma'am.
It's not a hobby. Searching for such species called cryptid. Oh dear. I'm not
You can't go around Revershaw feeling gross.
Oh, well...
The lieutenant pulls out his...
One other thing. He'll likely have all... We'll be celebrating our 6th by a dating agent. We hit it off and...
She's skipping over some important parts.
I hope I've been useful. Just some field, but they should have returned by...
The water lock. That was broke.
Oh, sweetie. Gary's as loyal as they come. Oh, my. What happened to the water lock? Oh, sweetie, if it weren't for you, I'd be...
You're welcome.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other...
This will surely... Yes, some left-field scientific research.
And if you see him, let... Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, sweetie,
The lieutenant gives you a side wait.
Well?
Ah, yes. Phasmatopia. Oh, yeah.
Where other Phasmid, hence its name, the...
There's a touch of...
I knew it.
It's not made up of... It's simply elusive. So much so that most... Well, some... Of course...
Enthusiasm has wiped the world.
I suppose I have some... Oh, I doubt it. Yes. It can blend... Oh, dear. I'm afraid Morel can explain it all much better.
There's really no point in it.
Oh,
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This one and I don't.
Ooh.
That would be the giant. The giant lives, mirage. No one knows for sure. The towering luminosity of...
Who are you?
That's what makes it. There are...
Great. Gravity anomaly.
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
The lieutenant.
Ah, fuck.
Well, the small bacterial Michanu disappeared. Yes.
It's actually a little hard to see. But...
Yes, and we can assume that... I thought we'd agreed on just one cryptid, sweetie. Can't say no to that. Michanu disappeared. Oh, after me, we can assume that's the gnome of Jeroma. Oh, yes, it was. A couple of cats. It's still...
If the body of...
Alas, instead...
Alas. Always. Alas, and then it was gone. Sure.
What an interesting...
Of course. Okay.
It's the cold...
Kolda Mama Dakwa can also be translated as a whisper. Maybe it's predatory.
It's not.
I wouldn't be so sure. What if the damage is...
Plenty. When playing back recordings, the science, they realized that they had discovered... They grew quite... Sequester, time, yes. That although the low...
Fine, I'll bite.
Many scientists have asked... That is a sad story. They tried to communicate... Psst.
They cancel each other out. Psst.
Well, dear, after that...
Of course. A common thread in...
I'm glad you did, dear. What about what? Of course, dear.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Then why are you...
Was that? Could it be? There seems to be. Lena, honestly, your ear isn't hearing a whole lot. There it is again. It must be very... Keep still. It might perch on your shoulder. Oh no, no. Too late. Keep your ears peeled.
You've hurt yourself now. I told you not to mess around back there. You're only making things worse. Stop it. Be compelled to...
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Ow! Shoot! Whose moronic idea was it? Was that? Could it be? There seems to be. Lena, or honestly. There it is again. It must be. Keep still. It might perch on your... Oh no, no. Keep your ear... A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. You smash into the wood and see a small crack appear on the door frame. It's going to take one more try to break through to the other side. You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm, your jaw. Very, very bad. This is all you feel is pain. Was that? There seems to be Lane. Honestly, there it is again. It must be. Keep still. Oh no, no. Keep your ears.
Hello again.
again, sir? Oh, that's Auntie Billy. No, I think she is a...
You've hurt yourself now. I told you not to mess around back there. What are you even trying to accomplish, you fool? You're only making things worse. Stop it.
Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend. Show her...
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before. You're no paradiddle.
You look like one. The lieutenant can go ahead then. Rock her world, he thinks. I'll compose some notes.
How do you...
Here we go.
I should have realized.
Perhaps you truly are.
But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are...
Oh, I can assure you,
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you... Thank you, sir.
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
You have? The entity takes the form of a woman. A witch, probably. I've suspected that, yes, some Oh!
Unbelievable. What you discover? Probably. A heavy door with an after an uneasy knot forms.
Detective. What is this place? I think you're right. I doubt the electricity still works.
Some specks, an eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Yes, no need to look for.
Barbell lies. It's 60. There are no collars. Why does it feel so familiar?
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating.
The barbell waits patiently. Oh, no, it's just a memory. You managed to hoist it off the ground. See? See? This place is cursed.
It was never my at the station gym.
flashlight, some of the writing, the photo, entire ocean. You see, albeit dark, a pinned postcard. These light translucent. Who are all? You should adopt one of the Welkins. It's the hull door.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into political comment. This looks like some people really just look at those details.
It looks a bit mini-me. As time goes,
looks like they did.
A note in the bottom left. The handwriting is the full outside. The whole thing resembles history classes, radio frequency, unclear. It looks like, you think so? Looks like a surveillance program. Someone, whoever decides to call in to a call-in station. It looks, a list of names. There's no way.
My God, the schedule.
Nothing. This must be weird. What an odd thing to do. Still, nothing. Those curtains proved if this is...
Can you please try to refrain from attacking random things? Why do you think... In any case, there's no... The radio computer. We have one of these down at...
The machine lights up, like it's empty.
This is where the memory should go.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? Yeah, it looks like one of those...
Utter madness, he thinks. As a compliment.
No idea. Indeed.
Super cool.
Not. But I don't think true calling tenders the game. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... It's too late for... Okay.
The whole thing resembles history class, radio free, unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system, perhaps. Looks like a surveillance program. Whoever decides, a list of, there's
My God, the schedule.
Nothing.
Yes?
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a couple.
There is, yes. And there was...
Your hand reaches deep.
Are these any good?
Most of them are rust.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer... Seems like an old bunker. It means there are...
He likes this. Two cables. Rip the red one out. Look at... Don't rip the red one out. You'll awaken the ghosts. An electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now. Something close to you dies with a soft...
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows, but does... Somewhere in the dark, a giant... You see, this ice bear is a hype. The bear looks oddly realistic. The lieutenant doesn't. A gust of freezing cold air. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. The shelves are empty. All you see are... You pocket the note. And the little fridge back, a friendly cartoon bear. The paper still smells of vanilla.
Good question. It looks like a nice... I know. What an unfortunate... What is even worse, the bear is still...
The fridge buzzes. A thick layer of coal dust. Looks like this furnace has a face. And it's a lush layer of... Maybe you could paint something with this coal. Leave a cave painting for future. Still, it's good to have this dirt on you. Real men wear coal for makeup.
Looks like it. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
It's dark and the echo is so prominent.
What are you doing? Wait, really?
It feels safe to know that the lieutenant's got your back. Now,
you're right.
There always has to be the skeptic this man. Then what was the chatter you heard? You muster all your throat can produce little more. A lifetime of smoking and drinking will do that. The chatter from the chimney continues on as then again. Maybe it's worth action.
Maybe you should let your voice rest, officer.
The hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts. Something.
Hello?
You've awakened the entity.
Hello? Did you say anything?
You hear a low rumble upstairs.
After you, officer.
Bent metal. You are the destroyer. Kudos. Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize them. Look, the skis and rotor blades both bear the same. That's a good question. Reality is... Tiles on the cube, like a smooth draw. A bar. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed common? Oh no. The static gets loud.
Good evening. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislain. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? Fortress accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently. One moment. Fortress accident SCR.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? Yes, I am.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
I work as for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle.
On an island on the river Esperance, a small woman.
Now please tell me the filament you have inserted into... Yes. Is that the production good? Please repeat.
Password. Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a human administrator involved.
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy.
I'm afraid we are not doing that. Unless...
Now, can you please repeat the received? I will...
That sounds bad. A login. Don't worry. Passwords of...
Fortress accident. Is there anything else? Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are... The whole thing resembles history classes. Radio frequencies, unclear. You think so? Looks like a surveillance. Whoever did... A list of names. There's...
My God, the schedule.
Nothing. Your flashlight, some of the writing has faded. This is it looked Minimi stands for a, as time
looks like
a note in the bottom, the handle, the full outside.
Hello. Did you try knocking? So what kind of dye are you looking for?
Could this be the... She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Yes, Amelie is like a colleague. Mostly, they just teach you this. I'm a novelty dice.
As she speaks, role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Answers? I'm not sure how helpful.
It almost no falsehoods are present. She's...
How did I be? Some of my friends were roleplay, not especially.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items.
Nothing really.
Who cares about the lieutenant looks?
Your window looks directly onto the...
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, well, there's during daytime.
She's heard of...
But I never saw... I might have.
It's light here.
It's really hard to make it. It's an odd profession.
She nods.
Anything else, officer? Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. I think I have just the right one for you.
Police colors.
Not the most original, I know. Here, catch. There are...
A beautiful woman tossing you a gift. Well, you overthink it.
Ah, down the drain, like your career. I apologize, officer. That comment was unnecessary. That one is made of bloodstone with a lapis lazuli inlay. The other one was the inverse. They were a set, you see, but now the set is broken. It's a shame. They might have brought you luck. You definitely...
Is she pitying you?
Now, was there anything else? We're inside the chimney, but when I arrived here...
Plaisance was
created.
More or less.
Oh, rats scuttle in the dark rooms under the...
It wasn't merely a gym. It's a kind man. Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh, you mean the kid? I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid. It didn't.
It's not real.
Eventually, the coalition took... Oh, there's...
What? Trust me.
And they never cleaned up the debris either. It's a sub-Rosa radio station.
Nothing changed.
Don't worry, the ICP...
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those... Yes, I think...
You wouldn't. A bit of It's not about the haircut. It's about the confidence.
I guess it just wasn't the time. You mean me? Anything else? There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the... And you know, Anne, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in Kyton from then on. The atelier went... Actually, in...
As she shifts around...
Anything else? They were made by... Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending our holiday... Sure, it's illegal.
They were just props. Why return them?
Fortress Accident. The radio. They were an interest. They certainly took the usual. They ran out. Well, I did hear them talking at... They seemed to believe they were historical individuals.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
That's what in the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic. And to show up to work. And so it's produced. Anything else? Oh boy, the place was on...
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
There was really... And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter.
Sounds like she really doesn't know how... Fritta does the same thing.
Employing Sokiti, and they already had the bear. Of course not. Eventually, Ravishal ICT lost the price war. Maybe. He said that the bear...
Sounds cool. Scary. But but
Megatherium. It's an imagine by telling you to do more drugs, mostly. I don't office anyway. Now
the temperature has...
Anything else? Another... Oh, right. I think none of...
The doorbell with the empty name.
Right. It my advice.
Agreed. Ping.
You could say so.
If the whirling is part of the...
That's right. I haven't even... It can't be true. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Or Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be...
No. It was too real to be... Whatever happened, keep your cool. It's probably better to admit that it was a harmless prank.
A prank is more likely, no? Sure, I'm listening. I'm pretty sure good. I hope it clarifies. I've heard the stories. But it's just Capital Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in rags? Some people... And then there is... I've been here for 14 years.
It's because she's in Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
Malignant entity? What
the jig is up. Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in the...
Exactly. But I'm glad we got this sorted.
That's all The bookstore closes starting 2100. You'll have to do that tomorrow.
I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit.
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated.
Didn't we already talk about this? What are you talking about?
No. The old...
This doesn't make any... Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from? You're right. Does it mean that I'm safe?
Don't let her become complacent. She still needs to ward her soul against the evil force.
Do you know what this is? It's a mourning ring. I made this when my first company failed. It was a small I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable No, you're right. It wasn't just a jewelry shop. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shop? Yeah. Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed. That's why people like roleplay. It's like every time you cast a die, something this... But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer.
Only the red cable is plugged somewhere. A machine. Two cables are plugged. An electric sizzle. The room is slight. Only the black cable is something.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows. Somewhere. A machine. Somewhere in the dark. just an ordinary.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
His slender figure is back.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again? Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting. Mm-hmm.
Wait. Suddenly you are digging things?
Trust me, you do. That's nice, but...
He takes another drag of his unfilled downstairs.
Besides, I've got a...
He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad.
To the city.
A man on high heels stumbles out of something...
We'll talk. Take care, all right?
And he's gone again. Looks like it's becoming a theme for him.
Different, of course. Something so mysterious about the way he talks. Very. Come on, detective, let's go.
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia. My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Sur-la-Clé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in...
Hanging? What a drag. He seems like a cultured gentleman.
Oh, yes. My friend has a great eye for this. That's really all I can tell you about it.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
The coalition, the economy impacts the entire... Yes.
Wait, there isn't actually an Institute of Price Stability, is there?
Ah, well, I'm renovating it. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here. La Communauté Internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, it's the international organization for moralists. Hence, Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability...
There are more nefarious powers to work for than the moral intern.
But of course. Well, do you value freedom? Do you believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values? The Occident is part of the normal world. Martinez? No. Revachol is generous, but they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here. relatively speaking. Is this option D usually the most reasonable answer? Not boring, my friend. Moralism is... Now, enough of this delightful... It is the most important thing. It's the central, which is
basically.
Precisely. That's why the Institute of Price Stability, but not too far below. The coalition believes in the importance a sound monetary policy. But oh, I don't have much. What's there to say? Moreover, it is a great...
Darling, that can't be an official designation.
Because a great percent...
Jamrock and other parts of the...
Oranje is an exemplary nation. Oranje is...
But that didn't tell you anything.
About what? Oh, it's very urban and very well organized. Whatever you wish, officer. Ah, my friend. Kedra is a candidate member of API. That it's never going to happen. They enter negotiations in 21, and it's warm. Kedra is an emerging market, but how did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian. One of the wonders of the debating. But now that I start...
A chill runs down your spine.
Sorry. Who? But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine art. He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the art. I'm just enjoying the view. Listen.
The baby is crying in the neighboring apartment.
No, listen. The Insulindian Bay. This place used, but the millionaire. My friend comes and goes.
A busy bee.
I'm all ears, officer. I'm sorry to say I did, officer. Officer, it's very difficult to describe.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least...
I couldn't tell you exactly.
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
That's a giant you're describing. No, they were all... I went back inside.
Yes, back inside.
Were you able to see?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see. All men, I presume. But again...
But we have...
It's possible, officer. I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Areopagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent. Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. I'm afraid I don't have anything else.
About what time was all...
All I can say is that it was late. My watch. Yes, now I remember. It was 30 minutes past midnight. No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day. Of course, anything I can do to assist the RCM. A moment. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave. It's against diplomatic...
That's not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't...
Of course.
all around you. Rain falls. The spring thaw must be here. Looking up at the sky. Cold water, grey sky like humid. Your sheets of red, the ruins of a half-sunken, the skyscrapers. Will you ever go there? No, you are just one urban coastline, coal city. The great gates of the industry. Behind the gates, La Ducienne, Couronne, the lower middle class, a silvery curtain. You have never been there. They tower blocks crowd, hallways collapse from the evening news. A yard. Rain falls on a traffic jam. The road ascends. Revachol is the capital of the world. It's home.
I have a brother in the cut. Where the wood at?
To be in Martinaise, standing in the rain. In the rain swept, your vision blurs. You wipe your coalition-era statics hang.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. At least we are dressed for it. Let's keep moving.
I've got nothing to...
This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
Oh.
You sure take...
Oh, he was a real...
Time to go.
Eee.
You might want to...
Do a head count first. Connect these, starting from the right, sitting across, a symmetric burn on his neck, resembling the letters loss, loss. Has he? And then, standard, the emblem on his vest says, in the far corner, size 40 in the middle. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors of exactly the missing lady driver who was running the drug trade. Does it mean the Hardy Boys are involved in the drug trade as well? Maybe.
The fuck is with you, fella? Like it.
We'll do that. The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of...
That's mighty interesting.
Yeah, man.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community. No, they're...
Whatever you've seen.
Not quite yet, Mr.
My aunt's...
And here...
I know. Go fuck your mom.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him.
The pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Evrard? And what did he tell you? Because we did. All of us together. I hope he told God...
No. These...
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti...
We hanged him up.
Didn't they teach you?
This is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work with what you know.
Titus.
We overpowered.
Then we left.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first. Then, see...
With numbers.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Right fucking here. The fucker pranced in here like he owns the place.
Titus is solid as a rock. And so are Alain, who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man. The least antsy of the bunch. Definitely not his first. This little rat-faced fellow is solid, too. Him neither. Mostly keeps...
No. Of course he's having...
Fuck off, Shanky.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later.
And fuck.
This one is a stone wall.
Like what, Copper? How many people?
Shares elect.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years.
The River Esperance Correctional Facility, a military prison run by the Coalition, dubbed Reunion.
But you see, a lawman.
You don't have to.
I know, Lizzie.
Known him?
Yeah!
Quiet.
By the pines.
No. Why don't you ask?
That's enough insinuation. Are you deaf? Do you think you could?
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
Who do you fucking think does?
That's right.
I think you got your answer.
No. You did not get an answer. Titus does administrative work. He pushes paper, fills out forms. The others can't read.
We
Didn't they?
This is where an autopsy would come in handy.
Titus.
We overpower.
Then we
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first.
No, of course.
Fuck off.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy.
Like what, Copper? Why? I am.
What kind of?
The kind that...
A live grenade.
I can't prove it. But I...
Cause one night...
Really?
Yeah, really.
We couldn't believe...
This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Wrong.
From rape, he regrets him.
To kill us all.
Yeah.
He grabbed some.
Yeah. Show me your cunt. Why don't you show me your cunt?
Aren't you?
Yeah.
Seems like they don't want to talk about it.
No.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
Nothing.
I think we're going to stick. I've done this job for long.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a... Oh.
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us?
I would, though.
Typical Bino Claude. Always. If Everard sent word you two would be around again. That's the only reason.
But having Everard back you up like that did seem to have some effect.
Why do you... Or what?
Actually, boss...
She?
Shut the fuck up!
It has to be good.
So let me get this straight.
That's right. You're not cop.
Good. We are...
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
Yeah.
Wouldn't want to beat up his...
Nervous, snickering.
This is what happens if...
Let them come.
You heard.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
Big fucking...
Yeah.
These people...
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated. The fuck is that supposed to...
We're not bees. We're...
Easy, E. We got weapons of our own. I guess we're gonna see.
That was an unsure phrasing.
Yeah. Like you've been up against. You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing. And it didn't make him. What do you mean? Okay. Yeah. Just try.
I think he meant a can of whoop-ass.
Again.
Good one, Titus.
Yeah.
It's almost
Not in the...
a fit by your easy. Walk back.
Wise move. About fucking time. A wit.
That's just tactics, Titus.
Well,
This goes without saying, but nonetheless,
it's like you've seen.
I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing. They are desperate. Tell us, Copper, what wacky claims did he make?
It's you, Al.
Yeah, It's like they put...
They're avoiding having to answer this question.
We were drinking, weren't we, guys? I hit the bottle...
Right, I'm convinced, Glenn. Nothing off here. Just a regular hanging.
Arabagite? Boss, I think...
Well, yeah. What is confusing you? That means absolutely...
It means the whole scene.
What is this?
Shanky, it's...
You don't know.
I know you are lying, Shanky.
Great.
Okay, maybe it's so much bluster to hide the fact that they're uncomfortable with you having this info.
It's you again. What is it?
Establish authority. Yes. Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind. Did you already try? You're probably right. The others are only there for filler. To make the gun thing pop.
And what all the while talking?
Fascia. That's short for fascist.
What are you talking about?
Kali said they've been trying to set up a mass execution.
I can believe that.
There's no mass...
Please don't set up a mass execution. You'll never be able to pull it off. The logistics alone are insane. Just ask questions. Be a normal cop.
It's you again. What is it?
This time it's going to work. You already...
Stop shit, the law.
Yeah. Aren't you listening? It's done. Finito.
No, asshole.
Stop yelling about the goddamn law in my establishment. We get...
Let's just all cool off.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real?
The breath catches.
Do you have money tonight? Too bad. But you know what? You're in luck, because you don't have to ever pay me again. Really? Uh-huh. Perfectly serious. You don't have to pay me any. You don't have to give me any money at all. If you want a room, yes, you'll need to pay me, but you don't.
This isn't a fucking joke.
You want a free place to sleep? Fine. You've already unlocked your new room. The trash container outside is ready and waiting.
The lieutenant is... This was your responsibility. I cannot help you now. A new dimension of reality will open. A portal is this bed of waste. Sleep there, and it is not clear. All that is known is sleep in the trash, and there is no coming back.
Right, well, there you are. Now, was there any...
The trash container. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. The smell of rotten food rises up at you as you climb inside the trash container. The lieutenant averts his eyes. His gaze is focused on something nebulous in the far distance. With effort, he looks at you.
Good night, detective.
He nods. Absent-mindedly, he reaches for a cigarette. No sooner...
Me too.
Darkness engulfs you. The stink of rot nearly knocks you out. For a minute, you can smell cigarette smoke wafting in from outside. Then it is gone, and you hear footsteps walking away. This is where you belong. Disgraced cop sleeps in trash. A deranged law official was found sleeping in a trash container behind the Whirling in Rags, a hostel cafeteria in Martinez. Gart, manager of the establishment, had this to say. He did ask for a free room, and I said no. I don't make the rules of the game. I just play my part.